Good morning. Hello, 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 hello. Hi, hi, hi. We are here to talk to you about, I need to look up there. We are here to talk to you today about what it is like to live as a Black woman in Mexico City from two people who've been here a while.
A while.
A while. A while. This is our Juneteenth episode. So we are here today to say hi. We are Black. We live in Mexico City. If you have questions, come on through. All right. Now I'm going to look at the computer and see who's on the chat. If you're a regular viewer, we are in a new setup. We are on my couch because my desk has room for half a person, not two people. All right. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning to all the members of my membership who are here. Sarah, Polly, Nichelle, Naduela, Dr. O, our honorary member, Stephanie. We are here. I'm looking for something. What am I looking for? No. I have, for this video about life in Mexico City, we got snacks and stuff because we are snackers. I created a list of questions. So here's what.
Do I get an introduction?
Oh, shit.
I mean, I am a guest.
Well, fine then. Do it yourself.
Hello. Hi there. My name is Adalia Aborisade. Although some of you might know me as Picky Girl Travels the World. I moved abroad. I left the United States in 2016, and I have called Mexico City home for the last 8 years, give or take some time in Asia. Happy to be here.
Hi. My name is Rashida. And I have not stopped moving for the past 2.5 hours because I had to get up this morning and make cookies for Adalia.
She's such a lovely host.
Which involved going to the grocery store because I couldn't handle that yesterday. Hi, if you've never watched my channel before, my name is Rashida Dow. Videos aren't normally this chaotic. They're chaotic, but not this chaotic. Today's chaos is because it's a different setup. I got cookies in the oven, which are the size of my head and are not cooking on time. But I lived in Mexico City for on and off since 2019. And it's changed over time.
It has.
So I'm going to tell you the list of things I'm going to ask Adalia about. It's an Ask Adalia Day, which I made days ago. So where would I have put that? Oh, okay. These are the things we're going to cover. If you have more questions, put them in the chat. I can't look at the chat and the video, so bear with me. I'm also not wearing my glasses, and it's further away than usual. Expect chaos, but we move. Okay.
I can only see it because of the new glasses.
Oh.
Otherwise, this would
Are they working?
Yes.
You can see this?
I can even read that.
And you can see that?
Yes. Look at me seeing
fancy.
And stuff.
Maybe I need some glasses. Okay. The questions we're going to ask Adalia today, or we're going to talk about in conversation with Adalia Aborisade, who is right for the city. She hasn't heard any of these questions before. I'm springing them on her like a leopard, a panther. Who is wrong for the city? The top 5 things about the city, bottom 5 things about the city, what's changed in the time you've lived here, the hardest part about moving here, and the most random thing you enjoy about the city. Y'all can ask her any other question you want. The more embarrassing, the more likely I am to actually ask it on camera. So come on. Don't disappoint. You got this. All right, let me do one thing. Move this a little bit down.
Okay.
So is it more honest now? I don't think it matters.
Okay.
I don't think it matters. Jay said, is she really a guest, though?
I am a guest.
And then Adalia, Stephanie, the other one, says, subscribe to Adalia's channel.
Yes, I do have a YouTube channel.
Yes.
I forgot to mention that. And you can find me over there.
Yes.
Sometimes.
It is linked in the description because I had this much brain space to do work last night, and I linked her description. All right, we're gonna start this. I'm starting your questions. So many shenanigans. Y'all know. Oh, wait.
Oh,
shenanigans.
I was gonna say it's always shenanigans. Always.
Shenanigans. Because Adalia is here, left her house at 8 a.m. to come to mine, and still got here at like early Sunday morning, no one's outside.
It was no traffic.
And it still took
all.
like 30 minutes or more to get here. And there's nobody.
There's nobody
outside. I was outside at 6:30 this morning. Like, not that it's not safe, but like, I like it when there are more people around.
No, there was no traffic at all. And it took
over
a while
30 minutes
to get over here. And we do not live that far apart. That's the thing.
The channel's good friend Kyoka is in town right now. Yesterday was her birthday. Happy birthday, Kyoka!
Happy birthday!
You gonna sing? She's not gonna sing.
No.
Okay. And Kyoka said to me,
"There's so many people."
No, well, that's what she kept saying to me. She said that. She was like, "It's a little too many humans," but then she said, "I'm going to the water place, Xochimilco, and then doing a tour of Frida Kahlo and Coyoacan."
Okay.
This is what she said, y'all. She said, "You should pop in and see me."
No. If you've ever been to Mexico City, you know how insane that is, that you're gonna pop in to Xochimilco
at 9 a.m. Girl, I was like,
you would have to leave your house at like 7:30 to get there.
I went to Coyoacan to get there, I think either at 5 or 5:30 one day, and I left here at 4 and barely made it.
Yeah.
Pop in. That's another city. That's another.
Because what she said to me yesterday morning, because she was talking about her plans. Woo. And she was like, this city is so big. And I don't know why people are often surprised by that. It is the largest city in North America. There are 22, almost 23 million people here. It's not a small place.
It's not.
It is spread out. I have said this multiple times. It is slightly smaller than Houston. And if you've ever been to Houston, you know it sprawls. It's big, spread out. That is Mexico City. We just have a lot of people filling in all the space.
And all those people don't technically live in the city, but they work here.
Yes.
And they do all their business here. So they are in the metropolitan area. Our metropolitan area is 23 million people. And the people they are actually in the city every day, even if they don't live in it. All right. Cheers.
Cheers.
To us. Salud. And you and life in Mexico City. All right. Let's see what we missed. And then we'll get back to my questions, which I already forgot about. On a Sunday on Father's Day? What about on a Sunday on Father's Day? I was drinking. I forgot it was Father's. We are both fatherless women.
I was like, so, I never had one.
I don't know. I don't know what we're talking about.
Sunday.
I don't know. I forgot. Also, it's not Father's Day in Mexico.
It is.
It is Father's Day in Mexico? Oh, I heard people. No, I heard no one talk about it. Mother's Day, I knew when Mother's Day was because people talked about it.
I only know because a barbecue place I follow is like, I'm taking a break. We're only doing delivery. They're not having people come in.
Okay.
Because of Father's Day.
Oh, no. And they meant Father's Day in Mexico, not in America?
In Mexico, okay. Yes.
All right. Mother's Day in America, it was a week earlier this year. It's never the same day.
Mother's Day in Mexico City is always the same day. Father's Day is not.
Oh.
Father's Day is like whatever the rule is. Is this the second Sunday, third Sunday, whatever? What is time?
Oh, popping on Kyoka. No, it's her birthday. You know, she here. She don't know.
This is her first trip, and I hope it is the first of many. I hope she comes back.
She told me that she's with 2 people. And both of them, it was their first. She said it was their first international trip, and I was like, "Baby, that was a bad idea."
Yeah,
this is not your first international trip kind of city. Basically, because of the things we talked about, it takes forever to get anywhere. Coming to Mexico and not having a beach isn't what a lot of people expect.
They don't expect that.
The fact that
it's cloudy,
it's cloudy and going to rain most of a day to day. They also not what they're looking for. Yeah. Which leads us into our first question,
okay,
which is, who is right for the city to live here?
You start with the hardest question, I think. Who is right for this city, somebody who doesn't take anything seriously. You can't be somebody who's like, stuff got to start on time. They said they were coming and they better come. Well, this is what I went to the website to check the requirements, and this was Kioka yesterday. I suggested that they go to Palacio Nacional because we were down there.
And it was open?
It was open. So
no. Wait, yesterday was Friday though.
No,
right? Yesterday was Saturday?
we were there on a Wednesday. Yesterday was Saturday.
And it was open on Saturday?
It's supposed to be.
Okay. We've been having the opening of Palacio Nacional has changed.
This is a prime example of what you got to be okay with if you're going to live here. Palacio Nacional is supposed to be, I think, maybe closed on Sunday, open Monday through Saturday. It's one of the few museums that is open on a Monday.
It's actually where the government, it's like our
the president lives
they do stuff
there.
Back there.
And we were in Centro Histórico, talked about going. We went over there and we're like, hey, what are the hours? And they were like, Friday only. And we were like, but Google says
2 months ago,
they were like Friday only. We showed up on a Friday.
Yes.
And they were like, no, not today. not today. So
another Friday.
We were downtown earlier this week, passed by. It looked like people are coming in. I'm thinking, oh, they're back to normal hours. So when Kioka was trying to find things to do in that part of the city, I suggested it because it's a free museum. There are Diego Rivera murals.
The biggest Diego Rivera mural in the world?
I didn't know it was the biggest.
Well, that's what they said when I did the touring there. They'd be saying
okay. But I said, and she was like, okay, so we're going to go here and then here. And I was like, whoa. That's your plan. You say, I hope to go here, but it might not be open. Even though they're supposed to be open, it might not be open. So I was like, adjust your expectations, be a little more flexible, be as flexible as you can. So that's what I mean by somebody who doesn't take anything too seriously, because this city will humble you with the quickness.
Yes. Last night when I spoke to her, she said she was going to one of them hotel bars. And I said, do you have a reservation? She said no. So I was like, baby, you need a backup plan.
If you always have a backup plan.
If you don't, because you'll be like, it's a hotel bar. What do you mean? I can't even walk up there if I don't have. No. Have a backup plan.
So that's number one. Somebody who is just very flexible, doesn't take anything too seriously. This is a place where you cannot be someone who needs quiet. Because right now, I don't know how much of the street noise y'all are getting, but this is the city quiet.
This is quiet.
And there are places where you can get in this neighborhood and get on this street where you're like, oh my gosh, I forgot I was even in this city. But on the whole, life here is noisy. And I don't know what it is. Like it has never bothered me. It's not something I ever considered. But I've seen people get so worked up because they're like, oh my gosh, it's just never quiet. My neighbors did this.
When my neighbors don't often party, and it's actually the floor upstairs that I usually hear. They don't often party, but when they do party, they party till like 8 a.m.
Because the party don't start.
I wake up
till like 10
around 4, and I'm like, oh, there's a party, and at 8 the party is still going. So between 4 and 8, I got to figure out how to sleep with the party happening, and they're not directly upstairs over me. They're upstairs and over, but the music is so loud that Kioka is staying on Instagram.
I know. Because when she was like,
talk about this baby girl. Love her to death.
Yes. And this is one of those things, if you don't know to ask, you get surprised, because her sister was saying, oh, it was so noisy. And then I pulled up where the hotel was and I said, oh, yeah.
No, she showed me her view. It's not like they're on one of the busiest streets in the city.
Yes.
And it's not like they're off on the cut somewhere. No, they are on the street. They are on, their room is on the busiest streets in the city. And then Kyoko said, it was noisy the whole time. It was noisy until 3 a.m. Yes,
Yeah.
baby.
Yeah.
Yes.
You are fortunate. Your building is much bigger than mine. My building is an atrium and it is not very large. And the people who throw parties tend to be the people on the top floor.
Mm-hmm.
So that sound echoes down.
Of course.
There's a video I have been working on editing for 8 months.
Mm-hmm.
That when I walked into the garage, the volume of the music is so loud, and it's recorded in this video. It's just wow. And it's like, okay, they're having a party tonight. You just adjust. And that is so different than those of us that are like from the US. That's just very different from our expectations. So if you are somebody who you need quiet, you need serene, I don't think this is the place.
Also, because even if you find yourself if you find a quiet street, if you spend months looking for something that you want to live in on the quiet street and it's perfect and you move there, you're going to have a neighbor, right? And you get one wrong neighbor and your quiet is gone, right? And there's nothing you can do. In my building, I've seen a sign about smells, like y'all smoking too much weed and we can smell it in everybody's apartment, and the food y'all cooking smells not Mexican, and these are the signs of the elevator, and that they email us, and we can smell it everywhere. But I have never seen a sign about noise. No. And these people will party till 8 a.m.
No.
So even in a building like this with a ton of people, you're not going to get any kind of quiet.
I think this city you're a good candidate to live here if you are. I think if you don't want to drive, because the size of the city, the amount of traffic, there was a survey of 501 cities around the world. And do you want to know who was number one with the worst traffic? Mexico City.
We're special. We win.
It said that to go, was it 5 miles, took 30 minutes? The biggest statistic that stood out to me was we have 3,000 protests or blockage where they just block a street because they're protesting. We have 3,000 of those a year, which averages out to 8 a day. So imagine millions of people, because actually the population, this is the geography teacher in me, the population of the city is 22 million, but how many people are in Mexico City on a given day? It's something like, is it 5 million, 50 million? I can't remember. But there are a lot more people that will be in the city during the day, like you were saying, because people come in from the outlying areas and come into the city. And so
tourists.
If you're like, when I moved abroad, I never wanted to own a car ever again. I only wanted to live places where there was mass transit or that were walkable, because I do not want to have a car. And I think if you've got that attitude, Mexico City is a good choice. If you are like, oh no, I love the freedom of having my own car, this will be a difficult place to live.
I am on the bus, I'm on the metro, I am walking. I'll take an Uber if it makes sense. Like, me to her, an Uber makes sense because
otherwise it's going to take you an hour and a half, 2 hours to get there.
It's the public I'm not in a good public transportation place. It's also why my place is quieter than a lot of other places, because you can't get here.
It's harder to get here.
Without some effort, you can't get here. And so even though I can take public transportation to other places, it's not very well connected to the rest of the city. Adalia is better connected.
Yes.
My next apartment needs to be better connected than how I am right now, because it's hard to get around. I'd trade a little bit more noise for better connection.
I will say this about the noise. if you move into a building with good windows, the noise the noise coming from the street is almost not an issue at all. Now the noise from your neighbors.
What happened? Oh, hold on. Hold on, friends. We're still here. We think you can hear us. We think you can hear us. Here we go.
Oh,
what?
We're zoomed in.
What's? Oh, it's switched cameras, I think.
Okay.
Let's see what happens.
Oh,
we'll just talk. Ignore.
Okay.
Close your eyes.
But yeah, I moved into a building with excellent windows because there's a nightclub in the building behind me that is open until 3 or 4 a.m. And we don't hear much of it because we've got excellent windows. But if you live in a building that has old windows, things are going to be difficult.
Here we go. Let's see if this works.
Okay, there we go.
We're gonna try this again, y'all.
This is so high tech.
It's so high tech, and it failed us. So how about that? Just turned off in the middle of the thing, so you don't need to see what you look like. All right. So before we go much further, there's something we have to address.
What is that?
Where's the comment? Where is it? I don't want to lose it. Reverend Dr. Angela B. Martin. Can you read this comment for me?
Hey, y'all. I spent the weekend in CDMX last weekend with my daughter, and that was the first thing I noticed. Yikes. But she didn't tell nobody she was going to be here.
She didn't tell you?
No. I'm finding this out literally as I read that comment.
Because she had told me she was coming to the city, but she didn't, when I saw her in when I invited her.
Okay.
And I invited the Reverend Doctor to the San Miguel meetup. She told me she was coming to Mexico City and she would holler at me. Is this what y'all mean when you say holler at me? Is this it? Can we shun like the Amish? Can we do that?
I think we can.
Shunned. Reverend Dr. Angela B. Martin, from this moment forward, you are shunned. Okay, until your next great comment. All right, so we talked, well, the question was who's Mexico City for?
Yeah.
And you kind of said who it's not for,
well,
which is a different question.
It's for somebody who doesn't need to drive.
Okay.
It is for somebody who is super flexible and really the ultimate, like, go with the flow kind of person.
Okay.
It is for somebody who a little bit of noise is not going to ruin their fun.
Okay.
I think you can't, as long as you are chill, and you have to be, and I think that's to be in Mexico at all, is just be like, if it happens, it happens. When it happens, it happens. I think this is a great city if you are a foodie.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot the number. I just read it the other day. The thousands of restaurants here. And also the culture is one that you always get a snack. There's always something to eat. Like, I love that. Okay, we lost
playing games with us. We're going to have to do something new. We're still here, though, people. We love you. We don't know what's happening. So we're here for now. Move this out a little bit.
There we go.
Because I don't know why that keeps turning off. What kind of webcam?
On.
Right. But I don't know why it keeps doing that. What kind of webcam you are. And it says it's still on. So I don't know if it's a connection issue. Anyway, moving on. But I do want to address Christine. See how much better the other camera quality was? Rude. Christine's question. What are they protesting? We are the ones that are protesting. I thought people there were happy. This is a fun one. What are they protesting? Whatever they want.
Everything.
Everything. Because when they protest, their government doesn't shut them down. The reason there are, what you said, 3,000 protests a year is because when they protest, their government's like, okay, the streets are blocked.
Just last week.
You graffitiing shit. Okay.
Just last week.
Don't hurt nobody.
There was a blockeo, which like a manifestación is more of like people marching in the streets. A bloqueo is, oh, that street is important. We are going to use our vehicles to block it. There will be no traffic. You're going to feel the impact of why we're upset. Just last week, there was a bloqueo of taxi drivers because Mexico City is bringing back like the video camera ticket things.
Mm-hmm.
And the taxi drivers are like, no, we don't want that. So there was a bloqueo. Before that, there was a teachers union. They were cutting up.
They shut down the airport.
They shut down Mexico City Airport.
And by shutdown, you could still get there, but they stopped flights from coming in.
Yes.
Right? Flights couldn't come in because the teachers were like, ain't nobody coming in.
Because they were like, we need more days off. We need more pay. They camped out in the Zocalo, in the Plaza of the Constitution. There are lots of things to protest, and the right to protest is in the Mexican Constitution. And it is something somebody said to me when I used to work here. I was very, very new, and I got off the Metro bus. I'm going in, and I saw this protest. Like, people were camped out, and I said to somebody, I was like, "What is that about?" And they were like, "Welcome to Mexico City. This is the capital of the country. So if you want the lawmakers to hear what you are upset about, this is obviously the place to come if to protest." So yeah, their protests are planned. Some are not. Like the Metro bus by my house, when I got on it, at the top, it said bloqueo, service only to this stop. And that just means you got to figure out how to adjust because there is a blockage and the bus is not going to go through. So you got to be good on the,
pivoting, flexibility.
Yes,
you find another way.
People who live here have to be good at like problem solving and finding alternative solutions, because this is not a place. The only thing you can expect here is the unexpected. That's the only norm. And I know for some of y'all, you might be thinking like, oh my gosh, that sounds horrible. It's fun. It is never dull. Ever, ever, ever.
Years ago, I remember, because my landlord was trying to sell my apartment, which is a fun story about real estate in Mexico City. But we had people coming that day, and that day they tell you in advance what the protest is. It's
a lot of times. Not
all the times, but a lot of times they'll tell you like, oh, we shutting your shit down on Tuesday, so do what you got to do on Monday, right? The bus drivers, a lot of our buses here are privately run, and the bus drivers bus companies were promised an increase in the fares. But the government didn't allow them to increase the fares when they said they were going to increase the fares. So the bus drivers just did the bloqueo, which means they parked a bus or 2 or 4 or 8 in the middle of every major intersection, which means you couldn't drive. Like if they're not driving,
you're not driving.
And they're not taking people. And most people a lot of people who work in the city live on the outskirts and rely on buses to come in. So people who needed to come into the city couldn't come in. People who needed to get out couldn't get out. You couldn't, even if you had a car, you weren't immune, because we are shutting the shit down. And the police aren't coming. Like the police might show up now. You will see a heavy police presence in Mexico City.
And they'll be dressed
like they're ready for war.
Yes.
They got the helmets, the batons, the shields are ready to go.
But they're not doing anything.
They're not busting a grape. They're not doing nothing. They're going to stand around and be like, I mean, if you want it, we got it. But we don't actually want to do any work. We would prefer if y'all just keep protesting. Y'all just keep blocking the street. We here just to make sure shit don't get too rowdy. That's it. That's it.
Really. And so, because I am the admin for the Brothers and Sisters in Mexico City group, and somebody recently posted about, they were stuck in traffic because of the protests, blah, blah, blah. And I think the expectation of the response of the police, particularly for folks from the US, it's so different than the attitude around protests here. like Mexicans take their right to protest very, very seriously, and they exercise it often.
Yeah. And so it could take you 4 hours to go 3 miles one day.
It could.
And the Uber price gonna go up as you sit in the car because they're gonna charge you for your time like a taxi would, right? And so you just adjust. Also with driving, there are days where based on your license plate, the number or a letter or a color or something
that you can't drive.
There are days you can't drive because of our air quality here. They don't want all the cars on the road at the same time. And so there are days where they're like, these cars can't drive. Now, if I went through the hassle of buying a car and you're telling me I can't drive it on a day.
That's why I said this is the perfect place for somebody who doesn't want to drive. You don't want the hassle of dealing with that, trying to keep your tags up to date, knowing the date that you can drive, you know.
And they tell you morning of.
Yes.
Like today, you can't drive. And they don't tell you. They just announce these are the cars that can't drive today, and you have to go check the announcement to see if you could actually drive.
And this
today.
goes back to, this is a great city for somebody who is super flexible, because you're never told anything super far in advance, ever.
No. The Dia de los Muertos parade in October, everyone asks us, like, the beginning of October, what's the route? When does it start? Baby, you won't know the day before.
If then we went to, what was it, the Independence Day parade.
Yes.
And I had specifically checked the route maybe a day or two before. Day of, that route did not match what I had found. So did they change it? Was it always different and it was a lapse of communication? Who knows? But you just roll with it.
Yeah, it's just what it. Elsie said she's walked most places and grabbed an Uber. Yeah, I know. So if you are a person who loves to get dressed up and wear heels and be fancy, it's a more complicated city, right? Because that first bar you try to go to might be arbitrarily full. And I've never gone somewhere and been like, they're trying to keep me out because I'm Black. I've gone to places and been like, they're keeping me out because there are 23 million people in the city.
And you don't have a reservation.
And I did not make a reservation because I didn't think I needed a reservation at a hotel bar, right?
And I was going to say, I know I'm getting ahead, but that is something that has changed. Back in the day, reservations were not the thing that they are
with
now.
More tourists here.
Yes.
And so so you get dressed up, you get dropped off, you take the Uber, whatever, you at one spot. Now you can't get in. Now you have to walk a block in heels to get to the next place. And this brings me to the people who it's not good for. We're going to transition to that.
Mm-hmm.
If you have any kind of mobility issues,
this is not a good place for that. If
you like to wear, now the Mexican ladies who are born and raised here be walking around with high heels, bless it. I don't understand it. Because the way these sidewalks are cracking and leaning and there's just a hole. Like I have walked past places and seen a hole in the sidewalk and I can't see the bottom of the hole. I don't know what's down there. If you drop something down there, it's going straight to the center. The magma is going to suck. Right? There's just a hole.
I always say here, when particularly with sidewalks, the tree always wins. When they have paved a sidewalk, people plant trees really, really close to buildings and close to sidewalks. 15 years go by, these gargantuan roots crack everything up. Do they cut down the tree? No. I think I might have seen one instance of that. If anything, they just pave new concrete over. So now it's like a little mountain you have to walk over. And in a neighborhood not far from mine, they've made the news because they're protesting and forming a bloqueo about a 100-year-old tree that they've named, because a building is being built and the people are talking about cutting down the tree. And from the look of it, it's not necessary. Oh, that got people riled up. So trees are people will go out of their way to protect trees, but that makes walking here very difficult.
Yes.
There are virtually no buildings that have accessible entrances, like apartment buildings, where from the street you can walk directly into the building. You think about it, I've seen one where the door is at the level of the street. Everything is either you got to go upstairs or you have to go downstairs.
I have a ramp, but my apartment was built probably in 2018, 19. I moved in 20. I was the first person in this unit. I also have what is more prevalent than good sidewalks are sidewalks with the little sections for people who are blind, so their cane can find and they can walk straight. Those are not all over the place, but I've got those outside. I've got
metro stations. Metro stations will have those little grooves that the people, the blind folks can use.
But a block away from me, ain't no curb cuts in the sidewalks. If you're in a wheelchair, you got to jump the curb to get down or get up, or just be in the street.
Now, people are very helpful.
Yes.
I was in Puebla once, and there was an older blind gentleman, and I happened to be standing next to him, and he tapped me on the shoulder and asked me to help him cross the street. I have seen folks see somebody who is visually impaired and just kind of take their elbow and escort them. But, you don't want to have to depend on the kindness of strangers. So absolutely, if you are somebody with mobility issues, this is a very difficult place to live.
If you use any kind of mobility aids, it's a very hard city. Your walker's not going to roll on these sidewalks. Someone is going to help you when you need it, right? There's more than any other city, more than any other US city I've ever seen, right? Someone is going to be there and they're going to try to help you. But if you don't want to, like Adalia said, rely on the kindness of strangers all the time, it's not.
This could be a difficult place.
It's a very challenging city. But we've talked about that before. What else? Who else is wrong from a city? Oh, if you think it's really cheap.
You are in for a rude awakening. First of all, this city has never been cheap by Mexican standards. Ever. Never, ever. This is not only the most or the top 2 most expensive place to live in Mexico, but even in Latin America. I've seen several graphics on Instagram that talk about cities that are the most expensive, and Mexico City is up there. You're going to be in for a rude awakening if that's why you're coming here.
If you need things to be easy all the time.
I think I would hope that you would have picked that up, that easy is not the reason to come here.
It's not
because things are not. I'm trying to think, is there anything that is easy? Finding a taco.
Finding a taco, easy.
That is usually fairly easy.
Having a conversation with a stranger.
Very easy.
We don't want to.
If you're into that sort of thing.
We don't want to.
If you're into that sort of thing.
But someone's always going to try to talk to you. But it's not an inexpensive city. So don't come here and being like, so I have a pet peeve. And it's people who come from other places and are like, oh my God, Mexico City is so cheap. Because in the time I've lived here, I've seen, 6 years, I've seen a lot of prices of things like Uber's triple their price or more, right? And so while minimum wage has increased in the city, it hasn't tripled.
No, it hasn't increased that much.
Right? And so it's a very expensive city for the people who live here. And so if y'all are in your head saying, oh my God, it's so cheap, I love it here, keep that inside. It's an inside thought.
Yes. It's that part. Don't say that out loud. Oh my gosh.
It's so cheap. I love it here.
I am taking a Spanish class currently, or I should say I am surviving a Spanish class currently. And my professor asked me about my neighborhood because his lease is up in August and he's wanting to move. And we were talking about like how much rents have gone up. And I told him about what I used to pay for rent in Santa Maria la Ribera, and his mouth fell open.
He's not from here?
He is, but like just thinking about what that would cost now, it was like, so I saw somebody in the comments say that it is cheaper than the United States, but that's not the point. The point is, what does it cost for people who live there, people who earn their living in the local currency? If the daily minimum wage is $12, paying $1,500 in rent is not doable. This is why most people here do not live alone. There may be a household with 4, 5, 6 working people. Adults.
Yes, just to cover the bills.
Just to cover the bills.
And 6 adults, and it's 2 hours away from the city.
That part.
In public transportation.
That part.
Inside thoughts.
So absolutely an inside thought. And
it's very offensive to Mexicans when foreigners come in.
I'm offended
and run around talking about how cheap the city is.
Because it's not. When I think
about very expensive city in
food
context.
Food costs. You go to not even a restaurant. You go like comida corrida, where it's like, you know, I don't know what the equivalent is in the US, but kind of like a homespun kind of food place. I think about what that used to cost. It's almost doubled. And nobody's salary has doubled.
And the additional context of this is that a lot of people leave their home at 4, 5, 6 and aren't back home until 10, 11, 12, right? They're eating breakfast on the road. They're eating lunch on the road. So breakfast is a thing that happens outside of a home, I would say, for most working people, right? They got to pay to eat out. They got to pay to eat lunch out. They got to pay for dinner out. They got to pay for transportation. And so there are some ways that foreigners have hurt themselves here. And one of those ways is getting online and talking about how cheap it is and everything's so affordable and it's so great. Because context matters. And a lot of times people aren't giving the context for that.
Context is very important.
Yes. What else? Oh, a couple things. So flutter by PNW, good point. I'd warn asthmatics that the city might be difficult. Yes. We are very high up and our air is not see-through a lot of times. A lot of times it is opaque.
That is the perfect way to put it.
Our air is opaque a lot. I grew up in Riverside, Southern California. So we are between the ocean and the mountains. And so we had smog alert day. Growing up.
Well, I mean, I'm from Houston.
90
the
degrees.
Smoggiest city
90 degrees. The wind would blow in and it would sit right over Riverside and they'd be like, recess is canceled because the air is not clean enough for you to go outside and be running around in it. A lot of days here are like that.
Yes.
And it's not, so I don't have breathing problems and I hardly ever notice our air. But if you have even a slight little twips of asthma, any kind of heart condition, any kind of high altitude, low oxygen
that might
bothers
be
you.
Triggered by that. This is a difficult place to live. We have, what is it? The environmental alert days where they will restrict the cars that can go or what have you. Yeah, that is very true. Mexico sits, although we are at a high elevation, we are in a valley. So there are 2 rows of mountains that surround us on the side. So the stuff just sits in the valley. It doesn't get to blow off somewhere. So yeah.
Yeah, you can see, you open some days I'm like, oh, look at those mountains. They're so beautiful.
Like I'm looking out here right now and I know there are mountains out there, but I can't see.
I can see a fine outline of a mountain, but some days I can completely see it. And some days I'm like, I can't see the buildings that are a mile away.
Yeah.
And that's just how it is. And there's nothing you can do about it. right? Like I said, people with heart, if you get altitude sickness, any kind of heart condition, if you have asthma, I'm not saying it's not a place you can't live or can't visit.
It's something
it's just
to
more
consider.
challenging. And everything Gerard brought up that we bring up often, but sometimes, apparently some of y'all don't be listening to us because the other day someone said, I have never heard anyone speak about this online, and our shit be moving, y'all. Mexico City was built on the hopes and dreams, truly dreams and visions,
low key
of a people.
This is a city
hopes and dreams, baby,
built on an island in the middle of a lake.
Now, when we say an island, we don't mean that the city is over the island. We mean they saw the island, they made it the center, and then they filled in the lake.
And they didn't do it well.
They did it amazingly well for the time.
No. 1629, Mexico City was flooded for 5 years.
For the time? Could you fill in the lake when they did it? No.
But they shouldn't have filled in the lake. Oh my gosh.
Listen, we can't undo that. Most, I would say probably 80% of the city sits on Lake Texcoco. You are on a lake in an earthquake region.
Liquefaction. That stuff starts shaking.
When it gets to moving, it gets to moving.
Mexico sits on either coast. There are tectonic plate boundaries. So if earthquakes are a concern, this is a horrible place to move, because here's the thing. Big earthquakes, the last big one, I think was, what was that? I would say big, 17? But the one in 17 was big and there was damage. That one was a little scary. But was it 2021? You were here. I was not. There was another one that was kind of like, oh
yes, that was the nighttime one, right?
Yeah,
baby. The sky was green. To this day, I don't know the phenomenon that caused it, but it was like green lightning in the sky, but there was no lightning. It was just the earthquake. I heard the pipes in my building start moving.
Yeah, I was not here for that one, but earthquakes are a thing. Where I live in the city, there is a region that has apparently micro earthquakes, because one day we had 3 in a row in less than 10 minutes. Mm-hmm. So if that is a phobia for you, if that is a deal breaker, this is not a good place for you, because we get earthquakes. We are built on a lake. All of the rivers have been filled in. This has caused flooding issues. Mm-hmm. The city is sinking. On top of that,
daily, every moment. It's a terrible place to buy real estate. Don't do it. Don't do it. Love it here. Mean it.
But don't.
Our
there
real
are
estate market
some things,
is screwy.
There are some things to consider.
Yes. The other day, someone told me, I'm not afraid of earthquakes. I'm just afraid of being buried alive. Baby, it's not the city.
This ain't the place for you.
Work through what you're scared of first. And I'm not saying you need to change who you are. I'm saying you need to own who you are. If you're scared of being buried alive, you are scared of earthquakes.
Yes.
It's not a city for you.
And considering 1985, it was either an 8 or an 8.5 earthquake that hit in the downtown area over the lake. Somewhere between 10 to 20,000 people died. Bodies never recovered because the buildings collapsed. There is the potential for things to be really bad here. Mm-hmm. And if that's something that's going to keep you up at night, do yourself a favor and choose someplace else.
Yes. I grew up in Southern California, so earthquakes, I'd be laying in bed is this worth getting out of bed? On the couch, do I want to get up for this? That one in 2021, I was like, I'm too high up to hit the stairs with these people.
No, because the place they find most bodies are in the stairs.
I'm not doing that. So I'm I'm gonna lay. There's nothing above my bed, so I'm gonna lay here for a while. I heard those pipes in my kitchen start moving, and I was like, I might need to hit. I don't have a tub. I don't have a big strong table. I need to earthquake-proof my apartment in the ways that I can. One earthquake, my curtains fell down, which is how I found out they hadn't sealed something in the apartment above me and on the outside. So there was water leaking into my building. So my ceiling was kind of wet, which is why it fell. But I was like, this is fascinating. But I also, a thing to know is in 2021, my building moved so bad, I heard the pipes shake. I was laying there like, this could be it. And I am not on the lake. There are parts of the city that are not on the lake. I know. I didn't know this when I rented it, but I learned quickly after. But I don't even hear the earthquake alarms here because we are not in the earthquake zone. If you go very far, we can show you.
The whole city is an earthquake zone,
yes.
But she is not in the part of it where one would expect the most damage.
Right. And still, I was laying there like, is this building and I'm in a new building that all our new buildings should be built for earthquakes. I was still laying there like,
I was here in 2017 and that one was either a 7 or a 7.5 and it was centered in Puebla. So it actually wasn't centered here, but it was like the second one within a week and a half.
Mm-hmm.
And it did cause some damage. So, every place has pros and cons, and it's about finding a place that you can live with those pros and cons of that specific location.
Yes. Kat mentioned those floods a couple weeks ago. Okay, so here's the thing. Those floods were not really about Mexico City. They're about climate change. But because of the number of people who live in Mexico City and use the resources in Mexico City, climate change hits us hard. Climate change hits us hard for a lot of reasons. How we're set up geographically, et cetera. The number of people who need water, the number of trees they cut down to build, well, whatever. There's not that many trees anymore. We're usually breaking down a building.
Yeah, I was going to say there's not really empty land here anymore.
We have parks and stuff, but not like land, you can buildable land. But we are a city that is greatly impacted by climate change.
Yes. And those floods, what was that? A week ago, week and a half ago, that was very much related to climate change. When I first came here, I had a Facebook post come up, like a memory, and it was a clip of the weather forecast. It was this week, 7-8 years ago. The temperature that day was 58 degrees. It was scheduled to rain every day. The high temperature every day was like 71 degrees. That was what typical rainy season weather was like. Now we ask the question, do we even have rainy season anymore? It is far warmer. In the last 3-4 years, it is far warmer during rainy season than it should be. We're not getting rain at the intervals that we have grown accustomed to. Like, climate change has made a big impact here. But also, there are parts of the city that do flood. And if you look at where the lake was, that's going to give you a good idea of places that the drainage is probably not great.
Because where's it going? Into the lake?
That's where it should be going, but the lake isn't there anymore.
I came from San Miguel, so it was 2 Tuesdays ago.
No, it was a Monday.
It was a Monday, 2 Mondays ago. So not this Monday, not the Monday before. It was a time and
very
a day
recent.
and a place. I left the bus station, got in an Uber, and we're driving through. I'm surprised the water didn't enter the car through the floor or the cracks. I was in a good car. Thank you very much. And then I remembered the last time I came back from San Miguel on a bus, it was flooded over there. So the bus station, North Bus Station, is the area that floods. Right? I've also been in Roma Norte on very flooded streets when it rains. So there's no real way of knowing what's going to flood and what's not going to flood. I mean, no, there's a way of knowing. And if you've been there and it floods, it'll probably flood again.
Yes.
Right. But there's no, like, I can look at the map and say that this area is going to flood or that area is going to flood. And floods aren't common here because we're not getting the rain we need. When we get the rain we need, we talk about, when we get the rain we need, it floods. It floods.
So yeah.
Okay, so Angela says, can we talk about shunned? Shunned says, yes, can we talk about rainy season? I'm so glad it's raining because the last few years have been dry. So Angela, shunned may not know this. And I don't know what it's like in Querétaro, but rainy season has changed so dramatically. That's one of the things, that's one of the big changes. But climate is one of the things that might drive me from the city. There's not a lot that might drive me, but climate has changed so significantly that it might drive me from the city.
Yes.
In the sense that
it is significantly warmer here for much more of the year
yes.
than it was previously.
Yes.
And we are not getting the rain we would typically get, which is a huge problem.
The rain is rude. Okay, so when I first moved here in 2019, it rained between February, May 15th, so I would say maybe August, middle of August, beginning of September.
Beginning of September.
It rained at 6 p.m. and it rained either till 8, 10, 12, maybe 2, and then stopped every day. The other day it rained at like 10 a.m. and then it stopped, and then it rained again at 2.
You're like,
2 p.m.
What is this?
And I'm like, 6 p.m. We agreed when I committed to the city, we agreed to a schedule.
You could set your clock by the rain because
6 p.m.
you planned your day. You knew
get home by 6,
and
every day
that rainy season, what should be rainy season doesn't work that way anymore. So maybe there are folks who are thinking about a potential move to Mexico City and it's further in the future. It's going to be really hard to say what things are going to look like here, because we are being impacted by climate change so much
and so rapidly,
very quickly. That's the other thing.
Yes,
it has happened.
Temperature changes, the rain changes.
It has happened really fast.
This spring was almost Adalia escaped.
I left
to Italy. I stayed around like a big dummy, and I wasn't here in February. Okay, so when I moved here in 2020, I needed a heater. In December, by February, I needed a fan. Mm-hmm. And it went from one day to the next.
It should not have been warm. It should be warm here in late April and May. Mm-hmm. And instead, it starts to get warm late January. That is a significant change.
And this may sound like, oh, we're just complaining, but none of the buildings here have heat or air. So you're just cold or hot, or you're sitting in front of a fan.
And that, it's funny, but not funny.
Hot flashes. We're having hot flashes in uncontrollable weather and unknown. Like it's hot and rainy. No, in this version of rainy season, one day it's hot and rainy, the next day it's freezing and rainy.
Yeah.
If y'all want me outside in my drawers and a parka, just say that. Just say that, please. It's not bad. It's not specifically about the city. It's just that things have changed so much, right? Okay, so we've covered who the city's wrong for. If you need any kind of stability, whether that be the weather, the money, because our exchange rate, we're down to the 18s now.
Yeah.
Make it stop. Make it stop.
That means if you're not well versed in that, that means things are getting more expensive without prices changing.
To people whose money basis are US dollars.
Yes.
The US dollar is weaker against the peso than it used to be. And it has gone up and down over the past few years. But when I moved here, it was 20 pesos to $1 for like 3 years solid. And then it started doing this. And now I never know. What's my rent going to be? I don't know. Let's talk on the first.
Yeah.
I literally don't know my rent is going to cost me in dollars until the first.
Framing it as stability, because rent is not technically stable with the exchange rate moving. Nothing here is stable. The ground is not stable. Policies are not stable. Nothing is stable here.
What is the immigration policy? What are you asking? How much money do you need to have in savings to qualify?
Who knows?
Who knows? Who knows? What's going to happen when you get stopped at immigration? Baby, I don't know.
And you said it might sound like we're complaining. We're actually not complaining.
Love it.
I don't know that you can find two bigger fans of this city, but this is the reality of living here. And I think if your expectations are not in check, this city will hurt your feelings and humble you.
Yes. And then you're going to be like, but I thought, you can't expect anything about the city to be the same way one day and the next.
That part.
Right?
That part.
I don't know. It's like there's bureaucracy now. There's bureaucracy, but it's a weird kind of bureaucracy. Like,
not in the traditional sense.
Yeah, not in the sense you may be used to in the US. No one is going to make an exception for you. If the rule says A, they gonna do A all day. The fact that the rule is gonna say B tomorrow, irrelevant, right? And that's just how it is. That's just how it is. What's happening? People are not going to if you're dealing with a government agency, people are not going to make exceptions for you. I have not seen it happen. They're like, I'm not losing my job.
Other things.
Yes.
Anything is infinitely possible.
Anything. In a store.
Somebody
anywhere.
Who's selling something, you can ask. And that's one of the bright sides of being here. Like, I would have never, I move in a way that like, oh, that's not what they do. Well, let's just ask them if they could do this, if they could make this. Outside of government things, pretty much anything is possible. Dealing with government stuff, good luck. Good luck.
Get your feelings hurt real quick.
What's your next question?
I wanted to talk about. Can you talk about permanente?
Okay. Do you keep a valid driver's license so that you can rent cars? That question?
Driver's licenses.
And permits. Okay. So we have Mexico City driver's licenses. Each state in Mexico, and Mexico City is technically a state, all has their own rules about how to become licensed. Of course, I still have my Texas driver's license. I have rented a car one time in this country because I told y'all, I'm not trying to drive here. I don't want the responsibilities. I don't want the stress. We have driver's licenses, I think type A, that are good for 3 years. Right now in Mexico City, we can convert that to a permanent license. And so I will say, if I tried to rent a car with my Mexico City license, maybe I would get less hassles. I don't know. But I do keep a valid US license, and I have a Mexican license so that I don't have to walk around with my residency card, which is really like the equivalent of a green card, because I've lost mine and I've had to go through the process of replacing it. And it was not a fun process. It is not a very transparent, it's not something where you can easily look online and say, oh, this is how you do it. No. And my Spanish was not strong. That cookie, you notice, is as big as her head. So yes to both of those questions. Will we be getting permanent licenses? We're not 100% sure. Yes. Will we qualify? I assume we would.
I assume we would. There's no requirement.
No, but like
no requirement.
I don't know, but we'll probably before the end of this year, because apparently it's not a permanent thing to have permanent licenses.
Our licenses expire.
Yes.
Before the permanent policy expires.
Yes. So when we go to get new licenses, they'll probably just give us permanent ones. And so we use that a lot for, we rented a golf cart for your birthday. And I think the fact that you had a Mexican license
opens the conversation. I've been getting on domestic flights, like my only ID I'm showing you, and everybody gets so happy when they see it. Chilango, yes, baby, I'm from here. It's just kind of a way. It's a small way of showing like I'm trying to acclimate. It's not important in any meaningful way.
I do not plan to use it to actually drive if I can help it at all.
But the fact that you can get a license and it's good for the rest of your life is really what I want to talk about. Because what is that? No eye test, no drive. Now, mind you, there's no driving test to begin with. There's no eye test. There's no vision test to begin with. You show up, you fill out a form, you pay some money, and it's not like bride pay some money. It's like an admin fee.
No, it's just the fee. We paid that to the machine, not even to a human who could take the money.
No, because why would you be coming to get a driver's license if you can't drive? Make it make sense. Why would you be doing that?
That's a very Mexican way of looking at it. Like,
why
else would you be doing this if
why
you
would you
can't
be
already
coming
drive?
To get a driver's license if you can't drive? So let's go. So it's just a different way of doing things. All right, let's move on to the next question on my list, which is we may have already covered this. My list says top 5 things about it, but I want since we are Black women in Mexico City.
Okay.
Top 5 things about it as a Black woman.
Dealing with the cops. It took me a while to realize that my interactions with the police here, like that I didn't have to be afraid to interact with the police here. Now, Mexico is a big country, and in areas that are heavy with tourists, like tourism is a big part of the economy, your interaction with the police there may be different. But in this city, my interactions with the cops have been, what do you need? What help can I render to you? To, I am on my phone.
I am talking to my
girlfriends,
boyfriends, husbands.
I'm talking to my girlfriend. Why are you interrupting me? But
I'm sending memes in the group chat. You saw me on my phone. What you need?
But
I'm going to do it. I'm going to help you.
But
you see I was over here.
Yes.
Not working.
Yes. But never have my interactions been where there was drama because I look like I look. I never have feared that I would not survive an encounter with the police. And so now I don't have high expectations for them, because we should not have high expectations for any cop. Let's be real about what their job is really supposed to be for. But because there are so many cops here, there are different agencies. I can't even really keep it straight. So
at least 10 different police agencies.
So particularly if you're someplace like Centro Histórico, you will trip over cops because there are so many of them.
Standing around doing nothing. They're not bothering you, and they don't want you to bother them. Yes. Please, let's respect each other enough to say, you do what you do. Like if you get robbed, right? They gonna listen to you when you tell them their story. Are they gonna do anything about it?
That's a whole nother situation. The two things don't go together.
They're also not gonna shoot you, right?
Yes,
like
that part. And that is a major concern of mine in the United States. So that I could walk up to a cop and just casually ask for directions, or say, like when my wallet was stolen from a Starbucks here, and I was like, I need to make a report. Dude was on his way to lunch and very irritated, but he found somebody to pass me off to so that I could get my paperwork. To me, that is a plus.
So Christine brought up a good point, and I hate this because it's so verbalized, but it's not my lived experience. They say the cops extort Americans because they want bribes. I know this happens.
They extort Mexicans too. They ain't just discriminating. Okay?
Well, actually,
they extort Mexicans too. I think Americans make more noise about it because, and it's primarily these kind.
Yes, because Mexicans are less likely to pay.
Yes.
Mexicans would be like, you want to stand here and fight about it? Let's go.
Let's fight about it.
I'm not paying you.
And so I think Americans make more noise about it. They're more offended by it. But here's the thing. I know what cops in Mexico City make in a month. And this is one of the most expensive places to live in the country. So if you are in some place where there's a lot of foreigners, I can see why you might see them as a source of easy money. Because when people are getting shook down for money, y'all, for bribes, we're talking about the equivalent of $15 US. And Rashida is right. Mexicans will be indignant that one, you trying to bribe them, and then they find out that you paid a bribe. They will be hot because they're like, no, that stuff won't stop if you don't pay. And no. I think Americans are like, I may come to harm if I don't do this. And it doesn't make sense for them to harm you as a foreigner.
In Mexico City, so if anyone asks you for a bribe in Mexico City, or if they say you need to pay a fee, tell them to take you to the station. You know what they're not going to do?
Take you to the station. Absolutely not.
If they're like, if you don't give me this money now, we have to arrest you. Let's go. They're not going to hurt you. And that is the thing that will make them call it off. You have to call their bluff.
Yes.
If you call their bluff, you get to walk away. Now, that is, I would say, when you're on foot. When you're driving, it's a little more complicated because they can probably find a reason to tow your car.
Yeah, and getting it back.
Don't let the police tow your car.
Ugh, I wouldn't want that.
If you got to pay to keep your car, pay to keep your car. Because if you got to get your car back, like I know someone who got her car towed and never got her car back.
But negotiate. Don't pay the price. I mean, this has not been my personal experience, but I did rent a car when I was in Baja California Sur, and I was prepared because at the time, I didn't have my Mexican driver's license. They know what a rental car looks like. So I was prepared. Okay, so if they try and shake me down, what is my plan? Negotiate, because they're just trying to get a little bit of money.
My first approach if on foot is I got time.
Mm-hmm.
Clink, clink, let's go. I know now. I was gonna say I've never seen a police station before, but I live near one and I pass it every day. I pass the police every day. A lot of times I pass them during roll call. They are standing outside, they're getting their instructions, they're hanging out. Not a single time, and I mean there are probably like 50 of them outside. Not a single time have I ever felt unsafe passing cops in Mexico City one by one, or in a mass like that, or when they are Star Wars masked up,
because they will shields. Look like they are ready to knock some heads.
They drive in the cars with the big guns in the back. They're all standing around,
but if you look,
they're not doing.
They're
nothing.
On their phones.
They're not doing nothing. They're chilling. When I was meeting her to go to that museum on a Friday to Palacio Nacional, I need to ask the cop, like, how do I get to the museum? Because y'all blocking my way. And he was like, girl, we're blocking the way because it's closed. And I was like, I don't believe you. So I walked a little way and asked somebody else. And he looked at me like, I wasted my time answering your question just for you to ask another.
Right. So that is, for me, that is like one of the pluses, that I don't have to fear that the state is going to take me out. I enjoy the chaos that is this city. And I know that is not everybody's cup of tea, but I enjoy it. I am like, every day is different. It is never boring, ever, ever, ever.
Okay, we are way behind on our list, so we're gonna have to speed up. But
alrighty,
champagne and sugar. This cookie is just sugar and chocolate. All right, so top 5 things about the city as a Black woman.
I have been received very positively. I have been met with people who are very interested in my story. Now, as an introverted introvert and somebody who doesn't want to talk to strangers, that can be a little annoying, but I feel like it's coming from a good place. Mm-hmm. And so this is a place where I don't really worry about being penalized because I am Black in the way that I do in the country of my birth. I don't know. What can you add to that?
I'm not afraid of anything here.
I wouldn't go that far. Like okay, I'm not afraid, but I understand that this is a place where femicide is a thing.
Yes. No. Pause.
Okay.
Name the things you're afraid of in the city. You, Adalia.
Afraid.
Afraid of.
Afraid is a strong word. There are things I consider but it's not specific to this city. Okay. This is how I would move basically any place. Like the other day, I have a roommate and I left my shoes at the front door and there was some money. There were some pesos in my shoe. And so she texted me and was like, why is there money in your shoe? And I said, well, the dress I had on didn't have any pockets. And if somebody got me from my bag, I needed to have backup money. But that's not a Mexico City specific thing. That is a move through the world.
That's how you live in your life?
Maybe that's just me.
That's how you live in your life, girl?
Because if somebody gets you for your wallet, like you don't keep all your money together.
I do not.
You try to keep your keys in your physical pocket in case they get your bag.
Then you can
still get in the house. I'm not doing anything special, but these are things I'm thinking of. Wait. If my phone is in my bag, how am I gonna get home if I don't have no pesos?
Pause. Who is living like that? I need y'all to tell me.
Maybe I had a different kind of life before.
Do you keep your keys in your purse or on your physical person? And this only matters if you carry a purse. Please let us know in the comments. Because my keys stay in my purse.
Oh, I'm trying to anticipate various outcomes. But do I walk through my life here afraid of anything? No. Okay. Honestly, I don't. But I also don't want it to sound like I am ignoring the violence that exists. Yes. Because here's the thing. I am a Black woman in my country of birth. I am more likely to be assaulted, to end up dead, that sort of thing. I don't stop being a Black woman because I live here.
Right.
But it is not worse because I am a Black woman here.
Okay, a lot more people are carrying their keys in their purse than I thought. So Adalia has a copy of a key to my apartment. And I'm like, if shit goes wrong, I'm gonna borrow someone's phone, log into my WhatsApp, message Adalia, and tell her probably I can't even log into my WhatsApp. I probably have to log into my email, which I probably won't be able to log into without my phone to confirm that it's actually me, and then tell Adalia to bring me the keys. Right? That's my plan. That is my thought through, not have my keys on my person.
But again, that is how I move through the world most places. But no, I am not. I don't. There is no fear in how I live my life here. In the parts of the city that I have lived, I have taken the metro at night. I have walked home from the metro station at 10 p.m. Because my belief is, as long as there are other people out and about, if they outside, I could be outside.
Yes, that's how I felt at 6:30 this morning. Like, why am I walking and there's no...
As long as there are other people out, okay. I am good.
All right.
I think, well, as a Black woman, the community I have here with other Black women has been A+.
Okay.
I'm trying to think. I don't know. What do you got?
Top 5 things about being here as a Black woman. It's weird because being Black is the thing without being the thing.
That's a good way to put it.
Right?
Because it's always a thing.
People be like, now, Mexicans outside of the US, no, specifically in Mexico, I was going to say specifically Mexico City because it's where I live. People do their best not to stare, and they do their best not to get caught staring, which I think is historic based on not wanting to be a witness to some things in the past. That's my theory. I could be wrong. Okay. But I think that people go out of their way to not get caught staring, but they be looking, right? And they be looking. Now, mind you, Adalia and I move through the world in ways that Black tourists don't.
True.
So I think it's very obvious to people in context that we live here, and that makes us just a tad bit more interesting, I would guess.
Because it's when people are caught staring, it's more of, you can see the wheels turning in their head and they're trying to figure out how did you end up here? Why are
you on the metro?
That part, because I'm thinking about yesterday. This man was sitting there and he kept looking at me, and finally when I got to the door, I turned to him and smiled, and he smiled back, but I could tell he was like, because I wasn't able to ride in the ladies only car, and so because the train was there when I walked up, and so the whole time I could tell he was really trying to wrap his head around, I don't think she's Mexican, like she must be a foreigner, but why is she in here with us?
The metro? They don't be taking the metro.
Yeah, no, I'm sure I perplexed him for the whole day.
I don't think in my entire 6 years here, I've ever been in a metro car with another Black woman. Or actually another white woman. Asian woman.
I've been on the metro bus and a white lady got on, and I was like, well, what are you doing here? I was like, I'm the foreigner in this area. What are you doing here? But no, I've never gotten on and there was another Black woman who wasn't with me. No.
Now we took a bus load, like 6 of us the other day on the metro bus. Stephanie was here for that, for Adelia's birthday. Because it's the easy way to get through town.
And everybody was looking.
It's rare to see foreigners in some of the places we go because we don't live in the foreigner bubble. When Dara commented earlier about her friend who was shook down in Condesa, the cops are going to target foreigners where the foreigners be. In my neighborhood, I see these cops. These cops know I have blue hair, and I'm a Black woman with blue hair. They know I'm not from here. I pass the police every single day, and the most I get is a buenos dias, tardes, or noche at the most, and I have to initiate it. Otherwise, they just be like, I'm on the phone. Please pretend you didn't. If you pretend you didn't see me, I'll pretend I didn't see you. We can go about our business, right? There's no. It's very like foreigners get treated like foreigners in foreign spaces. Yes. The more you acclimate to local spaces, the less you will get treated as a foreigner. So I'm Black, and I'm noticeably Black because I am the only Black person on this bus, and I'll probably be the only Black person on this bus all day long. There will not be another Black person on this bus driver is not going to see another Black person on his route all day long. So the bus driver gonna be like, oh, and the people on the bus gonna be like, oh, and then they mind their business.
Yeah,
they might be like, where are you from?
I was gonna say, particularly if it's somebody who spent time outside of Mexico, they're more likely to want to be chatty.
Yes,
and figure out where you from.
Yes, but they're not. It's not. You don't have the right to be here because you're Black. It's not. I'm better than you. Now we got Whitexicans. So I'm not saying that we're better than you because we're white. Exists, but to a smaller degree than in the US. Right? It's very much, where are you from? How long have you been here? Do you like it here? What's your favorite thing? Those are the questions.
Those are the questions you will get from all kinds of people all the time.
What's your favorite thing about being here? That's it. If they are curious enough to talk to you. I went on the bus yesterday, I spoke to her, and she was like, welcome, Jehovah's Witness. Here's the card. Get on the website. Listen, all in Espanol. And I was like, once she handed me the card, I knew our conversation was over. Right? But she was working on me. But like it's not because I'm Black, it's because she wants to save everybody's soul. Right?
The one thing that when I go to the bubble where foreigners and tourists tend to hang out, the bulk of the tourists here are not Black. Okay. And so it's the fact that I am Black, and maybe this is my hang up, but it's an issue when I go to those areas because, like you said, we try our best to move through the city in such a way. We are speaking in Spanish, we are taking mass transit, and then I go over there and they hand me an English menu. They talk to me exclusively in English, and I'm like, no, I'm over here integrating. And some of those tourists bring their attitudes with them from the US, and the fact that I'm a Black woman becomes an issue. But that is in those specific areas. That is not part of my daily life.
We were talking about this the other day at lunch about how, like, I saw someone online the other day say they had to cuss out a tourist in Mexico City because they were being racist. And I'm like, I don't ever have to do that because I'm not in places with a large number of tourists. And if I'm not in place with a large number of tourists, there's less of a chance that I'm going to catch one being racist. I'm moving through my life as a Mexican lady because that is what I am when I'm here. Yep. Please and thank you. Now, that's what I am in my head. That's not what I am to anybody else.
That may not be how they perceive me, but that is how I am trying to move through the world.
Now, Adalia didn't say this earlier, but reject the English menu. The English menu is trash.
Because that translation you're giving, that menu was not translated by somebody who actually speaks English and understands how to take what it is in Spanish to English. No, ask them for the Spanish menu. That is the only way you really gonna get a clear picture of what it is they're offering.
The English menu is nonsense and garbage. Struggle through the Spanish menu until you learn enough Spanish. Do not get the English menu. They've left things off. It's not a correct description.
They're using words that are not really the thing.
If you have any food allergies,
stick with the Spanish menu.
The English menu is a lie. It's a lie. And it's a lie to make you feel comfortable. You don't need that. Be uncomfortable with the Spanish menu. I beg of you. Point to the food and then eat the food when it comes. Okay, so we didn't really get top 5 because we've been talking forever. Yeah. But bottom 5 things about living here.
Traffic. I don't have 5. I have 2. Ooh. The traffic and the lack of trash cans. I have been saying that for years. It's still my top 2 issues.
My Spanish teacher lives, the last Spanish teacher I have, lives in Puebla. And he was like, so what's up with y'all trash cans? And I was like, I don't work for the city.
I would like to know too.
For the city,
why are there no trash cans?
Why are you so in my face about the trash cans?
And here's the thing. I don't want y'all to think that Mexico City is
dirty. It's not.
Actually, when you think about how many people are here, this
amazingly
is actually
clean.
Quite a clean city.
Amazingly clean.
But incredibly inconvenient when you have trash to throw away.
If you leave the tourist bubble.
I don't know. I think it is in Miguel Hidalgo, there are trash cans on the street.
Okay, I live in Miguel Hidalgo. So
there are trash cans on the street.
I have trash cans everywhere I walk to.
Where I live in Benito Juarez. There are not trash cans.
Are there no trash cans in Ramon Belong?
Outside of a park?
Yeah.
No.
Oh. I be in Polanco. We got trash cans. I'm over here in non-Polanco, in Polanco, as Angel's daughter called it. Polanco. We have trash cans.
Yes.
So I guess Miguel Hidalgo is good at it, and other places aren't.
No, because
Guatemala is not good at it.
No, I have been known to rant about it as I have been walking through Miguel Hidalgo. Like, why can't we all have trash cans like this?
I thought it was just in the tourist areas.
No. You've been downtown. Are there any trash cans?
There are so many places. Have a pocket. Have a pocket.
Carry a plastic bag with you.
Yes.
Those are my two beefs. I do not mind the pollution. I rarely notice it. I don't mind the crowds. I don't mind the noise. But those are my two worst things about being here.
Oh, this is so funny because we have trash cans. We have specific dog poop trash cans all over the place.
Again, Miguel Hidalgo.
All over the place. I thought that was everywhere.
That is not the entire city. No.
We have. So what we're talking about is like our borough.
Yes.
There
are 16 boroughs in this city. And Miguel Hidalgo is one with a lot of money. And apparently they spend some of that money on trash cans.
And signs. So the dog park closest to me has signs that says, pick up your dog poop. Recoge su popo. I'm like, oh, okay. All right. So in Condesa, there's no poop. Unrelated to picking up after a dog, Sarah says, who lives here now? All right, why isn't this not working?
You're not clicking in the right place.
Oh, I thought dogs would be an issue for me. Mexican dogs are chill.
Mexican dogs are chill. You can tell a foreign dog from a Mexican dog in a heartbeat.
Oh my God, I can't move to Mexico because of the stray dogs thing bothers me in a way. We were in Holbox the other day. The stray dog had on a Hawaiian shirt. It was just walking around. It wasn't bothering nobody. It was laying down when it wanted to. Stephanie and I went to a restaurant. There was a dog outside. We pulled up in our little golf cart taxi. The dog was like, the dog is outside the restaurant when we pulled up. Our golf cart taxi pulled up. This is in Holbox. Our golf cart taxi pulled up, and the dog was like, you going in? I'm going in. He walked up. He walked around the restaurant a little bit and then came down and laid next to us in the restaurant. We order our food. No one says anything. We order our food. Talk to the waiter. I said, is this a restaurant dog? He was like, no, it's the neighbor's dog. I said, I know you. You ain't got to lie. It's the rest. Like, you might think it's the neighbor's dog, but it's clearly the dog thinks it's the restaurant's dog. And so whatever. The dog laid next to us for our whole meal. Some other people who were less blessed than us walked in and sat down. The dog got up when they came in, walked near them, and then came and laid back down right next to us. I don't remember I ate some octopus. Stephanie ate a steak. The dog never begged. The dog never whined. The dog never moved. He's laying down, head on the concrete, laying down next to our table. Stephanie gave it some steak at the end of the meal. He ate the steak, laid down. We ate some dessert. We went home. The dog went to the street. Why would I care about Mexican strays if this is what they're doing?
Okay, but in Mexico City, I don't want to say there are no strays, but there are virtually no strays.
That dog belongs to somebody, and the person knows the dog can roam the streets by itself and get home just fine. The dog is outside because the dog knows how to be better outside than you do. The dog knows how to cross these streets better than you do.
100%. 100%.
The dog knows the traffic patterns better than you do. It's going to be okay, and it's not going to bother you. Stop bothering it. Stop acting up. The dog just wants to mind his business.
So what's your bottom for?
My bottom for Mexico City as a Black woman. Tourists.
Okay, I'm not mad at that.
I love y'all. Y'all are ruining the experience.
I have been able to curate a life here that I do not have to interact with palm-colored people.
But then sometimes we get lumped in with them, and I'm like, I'm not that.
There, okay.
Now I got to give you my best, worst Espanol to let you know I'm not that.
That is part of being Black here. While we know we are not like them, Mexicans are less good at being able to separate, like, oh, you ain't like them white folks, because Americans, foreigners is the top level of categorization that folks use. So, and maybe that's one of the reasons that I work to move through the city in the way that I do, speaking Spanish, trying not to be like the digital nomads and the foreigners and the tourists, because like I said, I have intentionally curated a life that does not have a lot of palm-colored folks in it, because I don't want those interactions. I don't want the stress. I don't want the nonsense. But the downside is that Mexicans they're not as good as I would like them to be in separating. And again, why would they?
You're American. They're American.
They're American. Same. And they don't understand the nuances of what it means to be a Black American as opposed to a white American. So that is something that I have to contend with living here.
So tourists, I would say, is the bottom 5. Not that I don't love it when y'all visit, but remember, some things are inside thoughts.
Act like you've been somewhere.
Act like you've been somewhere. You don't have to say it on the internet. There are things you don't have to say on the internet for clicks and likes. You're giving us all a bad reputation. That's never going to change, though, so I've just accepted it. There's very few things I don't like. I'm not afraid of earthquakes. That doesn't bother me. This is about what's changed, though, so I'm going to get there later.
Okay.
Things have gotten a lot more expensive over time. I
don't love that.
I don't love that. The things have gotten a lot more expensive. It's a challenging city, but I think the rewards are worth it. As an introverted introvert, as Adalia said earlier, I can be outside and not speak to people and still get my full of people.
That part.
Because there are 23 million people around me. And even though I have these noise canceling earbuds in, I can still see your mouth. Y'all are doing the conversations all around me. By the time I get home, I have peopled. We found a really nice restaurant the other day, and Adalia and I have the same. You haven't picked a loser in a while. I thought about that the other day.
Look at me. If y'all been around here for a long time, you know that I got blamed for every less than perfect restaurant experience we've had.
Because you picked every less than perfect restaurant experience that we had. But she has not picked a loser in a long time.
And the place we just found,
winner. And it was a place that had somebody sitting outside. Where we're like, we were in Zocalo, so we were in a tourist zone. And they're usually like, hey, come into the restaurant. And that's my first sign to be like,
don't go. Absolutely
I'm done.
not.
But I don't know if he picked up on the vibe or he just didn't feel like doing no work either, which is very common. Very, very common here. Stop bothering these people on their job. They're not here to work. Stop it. They did not come to work. Please. That man was like minding his business. And
then he realized, like,
we asked him, I think.
Because we couldn't figure out where the opening was. And then we looked at him and he was kind of like, oh, okay, I'm supposed to talk to you.
We were like, is this the restaurant? He was like, yeah. And then he walked us up and escorted us up to the top floor, the rooftop. Beautiful, beautiful, great place. But if that man had been like, come to our restaurant, it's the best, we both would have been like,
nope,
no, thank you. Now, I don't know how that relates to the bottom, but it is the fact that like people are going to speak to you and you have to deal with that as you can.
I don't like small talk in English. I really don't want to make it in Spanish. And
I'm barely surviving, dog.
And it is a thing. Those of us that are Black know that you don't walk in some place and not speak to people. It is the same way here. You need to hit folks with the appropriate buenos dias, buenas tardes, buenas noches. You might have to hit them up with a como está. You know, that is expected. And as much as I hate small talk in English, I do it here because I don't want to be rude, but it's a struggle.
So there's a level of peopling that is on my bottom, but it's not like, it's not intrusive.
No,
it's not. How can you afford to be in the same space that I'm in?
Mm-mm.
Which you might catch in the US.
100%.
Right? It's what right, it's not what right do you have to be. The other day my neighborhood was like, do you live alone?
And I said this when you told me this, on the surface, that's like, well, what's going on? But I know where that question is coming from. He's trying to understand and make sense of your existence, because we get questions like that. Because as a Black woman who is not Haitian, who is not Dominican or Cuban, most folks have not had interaction with people like us. And so they're trying to make sense of us inside the world that they know. And he's like, because if you'd have said you lived here with your mom, your dad, and your cousins, he'd been like, oh, that makes total sense.
Every time I see that little boy, he starts flirting, and I swear he's no more than 21. And I'm like, I don't want to know that you're alive. And every time I see you holding the elevator, you doing it. And I know some of y'all are like, I should be open to it. His kindness. Yes, it's great. But then we got to speak in Spanish about some nonsense. Where are you going? What are you doing today? Are you going for a run? I'm going out for provisions. Every time I leave his apartment, I am going for provisions of some sort or another. Like I am living on the prairie. I've got this backpack on. It's going to come back full of meats, maybe some champs, right? Provisions. I am leaving to stock up the homestead. Yes, I'm going to Costco. What are we talking about? Why must we talk about this? I think it never dawns on me to ask my neighbor where they're leaving and going to. Because it's none of my business.
It's not my business.
And I don't care.
I don't ask questions I don't really want the answer to. So
why is where you're going
it's not my business. It is not my business at all. The fact that I can muster and say hello and speak.
Stop there.
That is where I am comfortable. And I think I have gotten a reputation because people engage with Ivana in a way that they do not engage with me. So it is either that I look unfriendly, which is quite possible because I do cultivate that, but it is also that they figured out she's the one to ask all of their questions to.
All the black girl questions.
All the black girl questions.
Ask the other black girl.
Ask the other black girl. That's very much a possibility.
Okay, let's answer some of their questions.
Okay.
I think this is going to go longer than usual because we have...
because this is less like you're talking to somebody and it's more like we're just hanging out.
Okay. Does Mexico City celebrate Pride Month? Every year we got a parade.
Oh my gosh.
We have the
largest rainbow flag will be on display in the Zocalo.
Really?
I think it might be the largest in the world.
Really?
Or it might be the largest in the Americas. Here's the thing. I don't know what people's ideas are about Mexicans. And again, Mexico City compared to the rest of Mexico is going to be far less conservative.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, and I saw this on a post from one of the city offices.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, we do pride. We do pride big.
So I didn't realize it was in June.
Yeah.
No. We went to a museum this week. We go to museums on Wednesdays. And I meant to post photos of it, but I didn't. But it was an exhibit about third gender people, which here we call mouches. And I have never heard anyone speak about that museum before. It was the Museum of Mexico City. Never heard anyone speak about it before. We went there. That exhibit was, once we got past some of the black velvet curtains, packed. That exhibit was packed. And they're doing like the city music, the city owned and run by the museum owned and run by the city is doing.
They had an
event
yesterday,
last night.
Because I saw pictures online where they had and honored
yes.
third gender folks.
Yes.
So that gives you some idea about LGBTQIA folks here in Mexico City.
And I don't know if it's every year, but probably 2 years ago, they had at least 2 parades, not just one. And some of our friends in the community have come down here for the Pride events.
Yes. So yes, we have Pride.
It is in June.
And I ended up down there a couple of years ago because my cousin was in town and I was trying to take her near that area. Bad planning on my part, but the number of people that were out there for the Pride parade,
from all over.
Yeah. So yes, Pride is very much a thing here.
It's very easy. Being gay here is very accepted. Gay, lesbian, whatever, third gender, wherever you are on the rainbow. I've never seen a love is love city as much as I've seen it in Mexico City. If you want to be 82 making out with anybody you want in the park, nobody cares.
Nobody cares.
You 16 and you're a girl holding the other day I saw 2 girls holding hands and their hands were cellophane together. And I don't understand.
I don't know what
we're doing or why we're doing it.
I can remember,
but I'm mind my business.
Taking the trolley bus, and these 2 guys, we were all waiting at the stop, and they were making out. And I was just so proud because everybody was like, "That is not a big deal. We don't really care." And I was like, I was struck by they can be here and be with each other, and ain't nobody tripping about it.
Nobody cares. Listen, it is a country who is, I'm not going to say struggling economically, but it has a rather strong economy, but is maybe not as developed throughout the country as some people would expect. It's got some challenges in its structure, in its politics, in its structure, in its economics. They've been through enough, right? It's very the country in general is like, if you leave me alone, I'm gonna leave you alone, right?
I feel like that's the Mexican way of life.
Done. So whatever you're black, you're gay, you are a sea monster, an octopus, you're Ariel, you ain't got no feet, whatever it is, people, they may look and be like, what's going on? Oh, wait, none of my business. None of my business is the underlying theme here. And that's not a we're going to deny that we're gay kind of thing. Like, it's not a don't ask, don't tell.
No.
It's a like, what's that got to do with me? Like,
I'm
yes,
gonna let you make it.
Yes, like, yes, they're over there being gay, but like, why would I get involved in that? Because that's what, like, I'm over here trying to eat.
Yep.
It's very like, how about we all just leave each other alone? And we can learn a lot from that in America. A lot. All right. What are we missing in the comments? We knew someone was gonna ask that dating question. I see you. That's why she's shunned. That's why she's shunned.
You're behind.
I'm way behind?
Yes.
Oh, geez.
That's what I'm saying. You're behind.
All right. Okay, so let me ask you the next question. I'm asking a question while I go through the comments.
Okay.
We're gonna be here for a while, y'all. How did I get here? Okay, let's see. I left my questions behind. What's changed in the city in the time you've been here?
What has changed? We've talked a little bit about prices. Everything is more expensive. Now, the reason behind that varies, but this is a far more expensive place than it was when I came in 2017. Like, for instance, when I rented an apartment in 2017, I had a 2-bed, 1-bath condo, fully furnished, washer, dryer, and I paid 9,500 pesos in rent. That same place today would probably be 15,000 pesos, which is significant. What is that? 5,000 pesos, that's like an extra $300.
Last night, Adalia sent me a photo and she was like, this is the perfect apartment for you. And if I was up close, I might have pepper sprayed her.
But okay, except for the price, was it not?
It's not physically where I want to be.
Okay,
it's
but
close.
The apartment itself,
yes,
is you.
Yes, the apartment that this Adalia. Now we see apartments all the time. We look every day. We're looking at apartments. Trash and nonsense. For too high, based on the pricing.
For too much money.
Based on if it was lower pricing, I wouldn't say that. But based on the pricing, trash and nonsense. The apartment that Adalia finally found and was like, this is the one for you. Tell them.
It was 110,000 pesos. Now, what I loved about that post was the people in the comments who was like, is this a year? The number of people in the comments, and this is one of the things I love about Mexicans, they like Black folks. They always got jokes. Always, no matter how serious the situation is, they always got jokes. And they was cracking jokes in there. It was a beautiful place. Yes, it was ridiculously expensive.
$5,801 in today's conversion, which
should have been 5,500.
Should have been 5,500.
Yes,
but the conversion rate be changing on us.
And there were a few people in there that were like, "Well, the unit probably cost 27, 28 million, so rent of 110,000 is not that bad." But things are more expensive, so that has changed significantly. Not just rent. Everything is more expensive.
Pause.
Mm-hmm.
Talk about how you got to tell people your blood type before you can get in an apartment.
That has also changed. And this has always been something different in each state of Mexico. Mexico City has always been a more difficult place to rent than other parts of the country, but it is so much harder to rent a place now. My very first place that I rented, that was 9,500 pesos, that was completely furnished, washer, dryer. I'm not sure that man asked me for a passport. I'm not sure he did. I know after the fact, he was like, "Oh, what are you doing here?" And I mentioned that I used to be a teacher, blah, blah, blah. And that's one of the reasons they threw in the washer and dryer, because his wife was a French teacher and they felt bad for me. But now to get an apartment, first of all, Mexico City, any lease that's less than 12 months is not a valid lease. That is unlike most places outside of the city. Now to rent a place, they want to see your residency. They want to see bank statements. If you've got a job, they want to see check stubs. They want you to have a cosigner. That cosigner needs to own their property in Mexico City and own it outright without a mortgage. Possibly, the camera just went.
Go for it.
Okay.
We'll figure it out. Keep talking.
Okay.
Keep talking. They
They can hear me.
Uh-huh.
Okay. And possibly they probably want you to get an insurance policy on top of that. So renting an apartment is so much harder than it used to be. So that has changed. The number of tourists, the number of foreigners. Now, I was not here in 2015. My roommate was. She came as a tourist, and people would be like, but why are y'all here? Like, foreign tourists, that just wasn't so much of a thing.
In what year?
2015.
She was here then?
She came, I think, for her birthday.
Okay, as a tourist.
As a tourist. And so the number of foreign tourists that are here, that number is significantly different in the areas that have always kind of been the tourist hotspots. The amount of English spoken is so much different now. It really makes me not want even to go over there because I don't want to be associated with those people.
Into Condesa and be like, ew.
Yes, I try not to go over there.
I was in San Miguel de Allende and I was with Angel and I walked past a restaurant and every single person seated in that restaurant was white. Every single person seated was white and every person working was Mexican. And I'm like, there's no part of me that would ever walk up to that restaurant, see what it looked like, and sit down to eat.
So
y'all ain't got no shame?
Yeah.
Y'all ain't got no kind of like cultural competence. You think sitting down in a place that is known as a Mexican vacation spot
for Mexicans.
It is historically been a vacation spot for Mexicans. And you walking up in a place and eating when you don't see any Mexicans, you don't love yourself. You don't love good food. You have turned your back on everything holy. I was like, y'all disgust me. What are you doing?
And the thing here is
the alcohol.
It's not that I'm like, oh, tourists shouldn't come. But as somebody who lives here permanently, we've talked about this. Mexicans are not always easily making the differentiation between somebody like me who lives here permanently and those tourists who are doing tourist things and behaving in tourist ways. And that makes my life difficult. And I don't like that.
I don't like that. Act right. Get some sense. Why y'all so loud over here?
Yeah. So that has changed. The weather has changed, unfortunately, because that was probably one of my number one reasons that I really liked it here was the weather. And that has changed.
Like the people, the weather, the food. And at the time, the prices, everything's tripled. I have been dreading moving for years. I knew it was eventually going to have to happen. It's why I've settled in, but I haven't quite settled in. Right? I've only painted one wall in here as opposed to painting everything. But I know that when my lease is up in February, I will be moving. But I have to dedicate December.
Oh, that's a whole job.
December to February to looking for an apartment. It's not like I need to move in February. I can start looking in February.
No,
it is. I can't go on my usual vacation season in December and come back when I want to. I have to stay here and look for an apartment because it might take me 2 months. Because
easily it will take you 2 months.
You need someone to slide a speculum inside and do a little pap smear before you can figure out whether I can get this apartment or not. You need my blood type and my father's social security number and what? So there is some resistance to renting to foreign. The people who are trying to rent to foreigners are trying to rent at stupid prices. There are people who don't care and there are people who don't want to rent to foreigners at all. And you got to figure out where you're are in
and
that
that
spectrum.
has changed. There are far more people now who don't want to rent to foreigners
because they'd be leaving in the middle of their lease and not paying and doing other stuff and
and
gone to
that
another country.
you didn't in the
No.
past. There weren't people who would specifically say no foreigners.
No.
That wasn't so much of a thing. So that is very different.
When I moved in, my landlord, my real estate agent. Real estate agents here function differently.
Yeah, don't think about like how they do in the States. Not the same.
They are only going to show you the places that they represent. So you got to have like 7 real estate agents on deck if you wanted to multiple places. So she represented me and she represented the lessor at the same time. I was not a resident when I rented it. So I gave him a copy of my passport, or I showed her my passport. I don't remember. Maybe I took a photo of it. And so they could get my proper name. And she was like, I need proof that you have some money. And so I gave her my bank statement. I sent her a copy of my bank balance. And I specifically said, don't show the landlord. But she represented her as well. So how do I know?
Good luck with that.
Right? Like, I don't know. It didn't matter. But that's all they asked for. Now,
that will absolutely not fly unless they're charging you such an obscene amount of money. So yeah, that has changed significantly. I'm trying to think, are there any changes for the good? They extended the Metro bus service. There are more eco BCs, the rental bikes.
Changes for the good.
I'm trying to think ways that things have changed that I would put it in the good column.
There is more English spoken here. And so if you don't open 6 years ago, if you don't speak Spanish, it's easier to get around. But if you don't learn Spanish,
that does not mean I don't need any Spanish to be there. That does not mean that.
No. You need to learn some Spanish, and you need to know that your experiences will be different and you will be treated differently if you at least attempt some Spanish. They'll do English for you, but they're going to look at you sideways.
Yeah, that's not the preference.
No.
That is not the preference. As I told somebody, you can survive without English, but you won't thrive here. Without Spanish.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
You won't thrive.
No. All right. So we talk about what's changed. What else has changed?
I don't know.
All right, next question. What's the hardest part about moving here? We talked about renting. I'm going for another cookie because sugar and alcohol is all I've had today.
The renting a place, finding a place. Okay. So moving here and getting a place, you just dropped all those crumbs. Moving here and getting a place to stay, there's multiple struggles there. There is the finding of the apartment. That is hard. But then it is also getting them to rent to you is also difficult. Finding a place. I see people come and they have this long list of, well, I want a place that has this many bedrooms and it absolutely has to have outdoor space. Okay. When you do something like that, you have immediately reduced the number of places you can live significantly, and you've just jacked the price up. So you have to really think about what it is that you absolutely can't live without, what's a nice to have, that sort of thing, because it's really hard to find a place that checks every single box you have. And if you hold on to that, like, oh no, I have to have X, Y, Z, it's going to be really hard to find a place. Like I see people often talking about, oh, I want an apartment with a pool. Previously, before climate change kicked in, this place wasn't really warm enough for swimming pools. And you could argue it's still not. Also, because of the way buildings are constructed, pools are not common. And I know people think Mexico, they think resorts, they think, like Cancun, Playa del Carmen, places like that. So building with a pool, that's going to significantly reduce the number of options you have.
You tell them they're not going to have a backyard?
Oh, you'll be able to look outside, although there are apartments that might not have windows.
Wait, and you might look outside directly into your neighbor's window.
Yes, that's very much a possibility.
Not only is it a possibility, it's very common for apartments to be right across the street from each other, a narrow street, and your window is into like you're eye to eye to someone at dinner time.
My old apartment, I looked into those people's living room. I had to be very careful about walking into my living room without clothes on because they had children. And they would get a show if I was not careful.
Adalia, for 5 years, I thought this glass was one way. I found out this year it's not.
You've been putting on a show.
I've been putting on a show for 5 years. When the lights are on in here, everyone, because I don't go outside at night, so why would I know what these apartments look like at night? Because why would I be outside looking up into anybody else can see everything at night? I have curtains. Why would I close them? Because it's one way. It's like there is obviously a screen on the windows, and so I thought they would put a screen on that would be reflective.
No,
and stop.
Absolutely not. And I lived across the street. I used to live across the street from a hotel.
Oh,
so
it was a love
hotel. So I would need to really think about where are the lights, how far back in the room can I stand so nobody can see me.
They in the Love Hotel watching you put on a show.
Well, I could hear what was going on at the Love Hotel. I could if they were loud. Like
you heard people? Now, when we say Love Hotel, I'm sorry if you don't understand. We really mean
a Love Hotel. In Houston, we used to call them hot sheet hotels. Oh. The hot sheet motel. There are levels to that. Some are really, really nice. Some are not so nice. But because people live in multi-generational households, you can't be bringing somebody back to your house and your nana and your mama and your uncle are there. Y'all need a place to go get busy.
With a sex swing.
Yeah.
Or a massage bed.
Or a hot tub. That's where the Love Hotel fits in. And the Love Hotel I lived across the street from had stellar Google Map reviews.
But you ain't never check it out?
No. They even have a restaurant. But
really?
Yes. But there was some kind of soccer game or something going on. And I could hear those people cheering from my balcony.
Okay. I told you, when we're playing soccer at the school right there, I hear them up here. I don't want to hear men having a good time. It's not part of my ministry. Men's joy,
not a thing.
With my doors and windows closed, I can still hear you enjoying yourself. Should go spray a hose on them.
Do we have more questions of yours?
More questions of mine. I think we do. Most random thing you enjoy.
The anything is possible. Me and a couple of friends were walking down the street. This was just a random Sunday. This was Roxanne and Teresa. This was years ago.
Oh, she has other friends, y'all. You hear this? Roxanne and Teresa. I wasn't invited.
Well, okay. Roxanne was leaving. Mm-hmm. And for her last Sunday here, she wanted to walk down Reforma. Okay. You were probably out of the country.
Okay. All right.
And so we walk down Reforma. We run into some drag queens. It's anything can happen. We get to Centro Histórico and happen to step outside of the tourist zone, turn on this street, and there is some kind of festival for an Aztec sun god. There are hundreds of people dressed in traditional garb. There's drums, there's dancing. And to me, that is the essence of living in this city. You just happen to turn down this one street and there is some incredible thing happening. And it could be Tuesday and somebody's riding there's a unicycle parade because you didn't know the Union of Unicyclists had an office there.
We've seen it at night, I think, together. But yesterday, daytime, they had a naked ride down Reforma on a bicycle. Naked. Hundreds of people naked down the street, not at night, middle of the day. So if you out there with your kids, you
got a show.
And this is something you need to understand about Mexico. You need to be in control of what your children see. Because the daytime naked bicycle ride with hundreds of people is going to go on for miles. And there's nothing you can do about it.
No.
Going to the city and telling them, I can't believe, is going to get you like,
They're going to tell you, go sit down somewhere.
Leave us alone. Right? Right. Because what?
That is, and I know for some people that would not be a thing that would endear them. But the fact that any wild and crazy thing could happen here, I absolutely love that about this city. Absolutely. It is always something interesting.
You walk, like I kind of have this joke that like, I don't leave my apartment. It's not really a joke. It's really a fact, but you know, we call it what we call it. But when I do leave my apartment, I'm going to get 10,000 steps.
Easily.
And then steps going to take me into some stuff that I have never seen before and may never see again.
You might end up in a parade if you ain't careful, if you don't pay attention. A protest.
Some shenanigans, a circus. Remember when there was that circus on Insurgentes for years? Is that still there? On the way to Buena Vista. Yes.
I don't know. I haven't been out that way in a while. But yeah.
What are we doing? I don't know. Like literally, there is a Cinderella carriage 2 blocks from here. And it has been 2 blocks from here for years. Why is this golden pumpkin there? I don't know. Also, on Xochimilco, over there, there is I think I got the street wrong. There is often a fair. The rides, they have rides parked over there. There's never a fair in this neighborhood. Why y'all got fair rides parked here? There's never a fair in this neighborhood. What are y'all doing? What's going?
So that
my apartment very frequently smells like chocolate.
It does. It smells just like somebody's baking chocolate chip cookies, except nobody is.
Where is this coming from? I ask in the neighborhood and they'd be like, girl, you don't know Spanish. I think it's a conspiracy to keep me from the facts because they'd be like, we don't know. I don't smell it. I don't know what you're talking about.
No, it'd be smelling like chocolate chip cookies over here.
It smells exactly like someone is baking chocolate chip cookies. There is a chocolate factory in my neighborhood and no one will acknowledge it. What's going? I don't know. You just roll with it. You roll with it. They're very I think there are very simple rules for living here. Leave people alone. Someone's going to try to rob you at some point. Keep your wits about you.
Yeah.
Don't drink in public.
Yeah, that's actually illegal. And that's how a lot of Americans
get caught up.
Americans get hemmed up.
They'd be like, the cop tried to shake me down. You were actually breaking the law. So I don't know. Don't drink in public. Don't buy drugs from strangers.
Particularly when you can get them delivered. I don't know why you buy them from strangers on the street, but whatever.
What else? Simple rules for living here.
Mind your business.
Mind your black ass business. Nobody wants to bother you.
So don't be bothering nobody else.
People here work, like we talk about people not working, but people here work really hard. Long
Incredibly
days.
Hard.
10, 12, 14, 16-hour days.
And that is on top of a 3 or 4 hour commute.
Yes.
Total. Or some people it's 3 hours each way.
we all trying to survive, right? Find what brings you joy and find that joy and live in that joy.
Yes. And
Live
don't be worried
in
about
that-
what other people are doing.
Right? There are a couple restaurants here. If I walk by, people are like, where you been when you coming? That's my joy. That's my, why you ain't I walked by the place the other day, the one close, I don't think you've been there. I don't know if you've been there with me, I think. The man said, "Que milagro." And I was like, nah.
I've not gotten that. That's like, what a miracle. Where have you been? It's been so long. I missed you. I got my first one when I came back from Italy. The security guard in my building was like, "Que milagro." And I was like,
I live here, dog. I live here.
Because he was like, "You've been gone forever." Yeah, I don't get that. But also, I don't talk to people. So
if you are a Dara
and you make friends everywhere
and you're going to talk to them people, all the people. Dara earlier said, every time I'm in the streets, people stop and talk to me. The woman in my neighborhood stop and talk to me. That don't happen to me and Adalia. I want you to know, but that is personal to Dara because Dara wants to talk to people and she gives off that energy. So people stop and talk to her. She says she's not an extrovert. She a lie.
Now, what people do know me for is my order. The people at the Tianguis, even if I'm not there, and let's say Ivana is picking up tacos. Last time she did that, and they were like, the guy asked her vegetables, and she was like, "No, it's for my friend." And then one of the other ladies was like, "Yeah, she don't eat nothing." She said it in Spanish, but they be so through with me sometimes. But that's how folks know me. And we all laugh about it, but they know me by my order.
I tell you that let me see if I can find it while I'm up. You keep talking.
Okay, I'll keep talking. You want me to answer some of these questions?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So some of the questions that Rashida starred here. Okay. I'm just gonna go down the list. What level of Spanish do we need to live in CDMX? I think you don't have to have Spanish when you come. It would be great if you did, but at minimum, because we had this exchange with somebody where we came in speaking Spanish and they were like, "Oh my gosh, you speak Spanish." The foreigners, they don't speak Spanish. They don't even say buenos dias or hola or none of that. So this is not just Mexico City. This is any place. You need to be able to greet people. You need to be able to say thank you. You need to be able to say please. Like that's bare minimum. And then set about, if you're going to be there for a while, set about learning language. I would say start with the things that you do a lot, like asking, "Can I do this?" or "I need XYZ," those kinds of things.
Find a restaurant that you want. It can be a cheap place that you want to go to regularly and practice your Spanish there, right? Learn how to order properly. They will. When a Mexican person is comfortable with you, whether you've given them permission to be comfortable or not, they will correct your Spanish.
Yes.
If you try, they're going to be like, "Dummy, this is how you say it." But like much nicer.
With love.
With love.
With love.
Right? Now, it could be your first time at the place. But if they hear you struggling, they're going to be like, "That is not how you say that. This is how you say that."
Yeah.
And it's really an easy way because you're going to eat food. Hopefully every day you're going to eat food. And so figuring out how to do that well will make a difference because eating food on the go is what the city is about.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
My favorite restaurant.
Uh-huh.
Look at my name and look at what's next to it.
You got a flag and a star, which means you're a VIP.
I feel like the flag is
a warning.
A warning. So I ended up, I went to my favorite restaurant, Quintonillo. And I went there the other day with a friend, and I ended up getting a piece of paper that I don't think I was supposed to get.
No, this is not for you.
I've never gotten it before.
This is not for you.
It's not for me. It's supposed to stay with the wait, I think the wait staff. And I don't know if it's supposed to stay in the kitchen. I don't say with wait staff. I don't know who it's supposed to stay with, but it's definitely for them. There is a flag next to my name. It's all in black and white, so there's no color. There's a flag and a star. Get you a flag and star restaurant in this city. No matter what it is, no matter how much it costs, find a place, and wherever you move abroad, get you a flag and star restaurant where then people are like, we know her. She's a bit of a terrorist.
But
a flag and I don't know what it means. A flag and get you now that was Owen walked up and was like, hi, I'm the something manager. And I was like, hi, no, I'm Rashida. She was like, I know. She was like, I was in Paris. I know you've been coming here for a while. I've been in Paris for years, but everybody knows you here. So I had to come say hi. And I remember who I was with. I was with Stacy, and she was like, can we talk about what's happening here? Get you a flag and star restaurant where they know you, where if they haven't seen. The Que Milagro I got the other day is a restaurant I've been to maybe 3 times, but I walk by all the time. And the wait staff knows me because every time I walk by, what do?
You speak.
I speak to them. I say hello every time I see them.
I will also say I do that with random people standing on the street. If you do more than just see me and turn your head, you gonna get a buenos dias or whatever. And almost every single time the response I get is enthusiastic because it's like, oh, you not one of them.
Every single security guard within a 5-block radius knows my face. Every single guard says hello, hi. Them police be trying to avoid me. You going if I make eye contact, you trying to avoid the eye contact. I see you trying to avoid it. You see me coming, but when I hit you, I'm gonna hit you with hello. You don't give me this hello back because one day I may need you, right? And not just because of that, because it's just how people here move through the world. If I'm passing any person on the street, I say hello, they say hello back. If they're Mexican, if they're a foreigner, they may not. Specifically, if they're Black, they may not.
That's
another issue for another day. If you are at work and I pass by you on one of my daily routes, you gonna know me.
Okay. It shouldn't be for another day. It should be for today because we're talking about being Black here. Here's the thing. We as Black Americans have to remember is that the way we experience Blackness is not universal. Everybody's Blackness is not like ours. So I know, particularly those of us who travel, we like to give the head nod. We expect the head nod. We expect some recognition when we see another Black person.
You're Black.
I'm Black.
You acknowledge my existence in a world that is hard to both of us.
And that is not how, particularly in this city, where you may see somebody Black, they may be African, because in this city, we've got quite a few of those. They might be Haitian, they might be Colombian, they might be Cuban, they might be Dominican. We don't really get Belizeans here. They be more in the southern part of the country. But the way they experience Blackness is not the way ours is. And so to get bent out of shape because folks don't acknowledge you, you making your life difficult and you use an unnecessary energy for that.
There's a Cuban performer in a Cuban band, the only Black man of the band. And every time I see him, so I've been a couple times, he goes, and it's not personal to me. He don't know me. I don't know him. He goes out of that whole band past me. Every Latino person, every non-Afro-Latina person in the band is like, hey, hey, hey. I was with Biba. Hey, 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 hey. Hola, hola. Buenos tardes. Everything. That Black man was like, turned the head away so I can't see the Black women walking. Next time we saw him, I recognized him by him not saying hello. By him not, I was with Adalia and Ivana. I recognized that man Not because I remember his face, but because I was like, this is another black man in a bed.
Who's avoiding eye contact with me.
Avoiding acknowledging the only black woman in the place. And I have to be okay with that. Yeah. I don't have time for nothing else. Can you pass me the charger that's over there? Charger? Under the thingy.
This?
Nope, white. Just pull things.
Okay, there we go.
Just pull things. I'll figure it out.
So yeah. I think our expectations, particularly when we come to Mexico City, because there are a lot of folks who've made reels and talked about like, oh, Mexico City is the place with the most black expats, blah, 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 blah. First of all, this is a city of 22 million people. We live all over. And it's not going to be like going to a family reunion coming here. And if that's what your expectation is, your feelings are going to be hurt. And all of the black people here are not Black American.
And all of the Black Americans aren't going to be people you like.
That part. So
I think we're old.
I definitely am.
We are old for this city. A lot. So in the Facebook group at Adalia is an admin for, which is
Brothers and Sisters in Mexico City.
Every single day, I'd be like, Adalia, why do you keep approving these posts? And you know what I'm talking about. Every single day, someone says, I just got to town. What's the move tonight?
Dude, you got to have a plan.
Have you ever, now, as a Gen Xer, I am never asking anyone, I just moved to town. What's the move tonight?
You find it in your own entertainment.
I have never asked that question. So I don't understand what y'all doing. And it's always someone who's like, and the move tonight, first of all, my move ends in the afternoon.
That part.
And I think I adjusted that when rainy season came. Like when I realized it rains for particular months of the year, it rains every day.
You just make sure you're in the house.
I'm in the house by 6. My move is in the house. Now, these young folks come and talk about what's the move for the night. We ain't got nothing in common. I shan't be at Kyoka last night hit me up at like 7 talking about come join us for dinner. Outside? The invitation came at like 7:30.
Oh my God.
I'm on my way to bed.
You know how many hours I would need to prepare for that?
Wait, I love Quintonil with all my heart. It's my favorite restaurant in town. Their dinner seating is at 8. Lunch me down. It's the same food. Lunch me. I'd be like, and it takes like 3 hours to eat. I don't want anything to do with. When I go out, I don't call. I show up. You need to see this face. Because over the phone, you may not know.
Yes.
I'm the flag and the star. But when I show up in person.
Oh, there's no problem.
I told you when I tried to get in for Stacy, they were like, we ain't got it. They said, no, we're booked months in advance. They didn't say this because they're very kind people, but they are booked months in advance. And I was asking like maybe a week or 2 in advance. And they were like, no, nope. She was here for like 5 or 6 days. It was her birthday. I wanted to take her to celebrate. They were like, we don't have any availability in that time. I got a call the next morning and was like, would you like, you gave us 3 options. We have, out of those 3 options, we can seat you on one of 2 days. When would you like to come in? And that is why you get a flag at a star restaurant. But it's also what happens when you show, like you have a favorite, right? You show up, people know you. They will make a way to make it happen.
Because like we said, outside of dealing with government stuff,
people will make it happen.
Anything is possible. And I never felt that way living in the US.
No.
Where, we bought a dining room table with no seating.
Uh-huh.
And we were thinking about maybe getting it made, blah, 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 blah. I go on Amazon, I find something. I'm not going to order from Amazon, but I notice it is a company. So I go to that company's website and then I contact them. And They didn't have in stock what we needed.
Mhm.
But then I was like, well, could you do this, this, and this? And they were like, yeah. In the US, I would have never done that. I would have just accepted this is what is available. So this is a place where anything could be possible,
Anything could be possible
if you know how to ask for it.
And I'm gonna ask for the lunch seating, because what you mean dinner starts at 8 and lasts 3 to 4 hours. I will be asleep at the table by 9. Quit playing with me. Something here. Oh, Halisa said I look at her crazy when I said dinner was at 7. Yes. Why is dinner at 7?
I mean, when we go out to dinner, we don't go out at 7.
We hit like the 5. The other day, Stephanie went to dinner at 4, and I was like, respectable.
Yeah.
Respectable.
Totally about that life.
I might eat a snack before I go to bed, but I don't need, like, that's it. What you mean dinner start? And it lasts 3 to 4 hours? No. No.
Are there any more of your questions?
I don't have
that
any more
we
questions.
said we would answer? Okay.
So it's up to them. Adalia's taking charge because she knows I'm tipsy.
Because if there's here are the questions people have asked.
DeRoss said buy a shower head filter. Our water is hard.
Yes, very hard. Mineral rich, one might say.
It is mineral rich. You should have a shower filter.
Particularly if your hair is sensitive to that. I don't know if mine is or not.
Is this the hair you said wasn't fine?
That hair is fine. This hair up here is not.
This is this is fine hair, beloved.
Okay, whatever. But just know the water, like while we don't drink the tap water, it is very mineral rich, and it can be an issue for your hair, particularly as a Black woman.
While I don't drink it, if you're visiting here, make the choices you want to make the best choice for yourself. If you're living here, I brush my teeth with the water, I shower with the water, it gets in my eyes, it gets in my ears, it gets in my mouth. I consume small doses of the water daily, right? I have not died.
Okay.
Right?
You've not died.
But I'm not drinking. I'm not going to put a cup under the water, but I'm going to brush my teeth with it. Other people make different choices. We all need to do what's best for us.
All right. Pick another one.
All right. Shund has a question for Adalia.
Not that she got out of the entire frame. What about dating? Is that on y'all's hate list yet? Okay, there are some people who might be watching this who may not know. I have dated in this city, but here's the thing. I do not want to deal with a man. So dating is not a priority. Actually, on my channel, I interviewed 3 women who were dating in this city. You can date here if you want. My misadventures here were no worse than and you really over there not coming back in this frame?
Absolutely. Go for it.
Oh my gosh. My misadventures dating here were not that much worse than what I was dealing with in the US. It's more, I think my issue is less about those men here and more about me. And I do not want to hear a man breathe. So I'm not trying to date here, but you could if you wanted to. My life is full and fun. And if a man can't bring more fun to it, I'm not interested. But would I say hate? No. I think if I made an effort, I could date some people, but I don't really want to make an effort. And that is probably not the response y'all wanted, but that's real. I dated here. I was in my 40s. I think the man was like 26. And then there was the date I went on with the dude who
he was like, he watched Tinder Swindler and was like taking notes.
Trying to swindle me.
He was Tinder Swindler. Okay. And then he did what? Okay, taking notes.
But that's me. That kind of nonsense would have happened to me in the US. That is not a Mexico City specific thing. But if you are somebody who is contemplating a move here and you're like, as a Black woman, do people date Black women? Yeah, they do. You can date Mexicans, you could date foreigners, although I don't know that I would want to do that because the community is small and everybody know your business. But yeah, you could date here if you wanted to. And that is my answer on that.
I think that once you decenter men from your life, it doesn't matter where you go.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Doesn't matter where you are.
I would agree with that.
If being in a relationship is important to you, you can do it in Mexico City. Yes. If living a joyful life, regardless of whether men are included in it, is important to you, you can do that in Mexico City. Are men interested in Black women? Yes. Are they men still?
Yes. Please don't misunderstand that. They are still men.
I was on the bus behind someone's papa who was very nice. I needed change, and he gave me more money than I needed for the bus. Like, I gave him some money, and he gave me back more than the exchange for the change to the bus to work right. He gave me extra money. Love it. Thanks, Pops. This man is on the bus. He is at least 70. He is on Tinder swiping. He is in WhatsApp talking to multiple women, calling them dear, love, blah, blah, in his 70s, riding the bus, big pimping in his 70s. The men are menning wherever you go.
No matter what. So that's that on that. So, all right. Which other one?
Shall they take you for idiot? Everywhere you go. Mm-hmm. All right. What do we have? I kind of love this question because Adalia be working on U.S. time, and I'm very Mexican time. I'm a Mexican lady.
So being in a hurry or being on time are things that isn't a thing in Mexico. Yeah, it's not a thing. Meetings, events have a time, but it is quite possible they will not start anywhere near that time. It depends. I went to see a play the other week. They started and ended on time.
Oh, excuse me. Yes.
I don't think you were here. I think you were still in Hobosh. But like buses, like Google will tell you the bus will be there at this time. Don't believe that.
I was meeting Adalia the other day. Google says the bus is supposed to come every 8 minutes. And I know this because this is the bus that goes straight past me. It's supposed to come every 8 minutes. I waited for that bus for a solid 30 something. Did I walk? Did I walk or did I actually get on the bus?
I think the trolley bus ended up coming.
I waited for the bus for, I want to say, more than 30 minutes, between 30 and 40 minutes before the every 8 minute bus came.
So
was I on time to meet her? What is time?
What is time?
What is time?
But if you're somebody like me, where arriving at a specific time is important, although I don't hold it against anybody else because I know what it's like to try and move around this city. You got to always give yourself at least an hour to get someplace. Sometimes you need an hour and a half to 2 hours. That's just the fact of the matter. But being in a hurry, that's not going to do anything but disappoint you.
You're going to be stressed for no reason.
Stressed for no reason.
Absolutely. That day I was meeting her, I was stressed because I don't remember where we were going, but I was like, I'm late and I don't want to be late. Most times I just be like, girl, I don't remember what was going on that day, but I was like, I'm letting you know now that my best laid plan, I always leave early. So that day, I think I left, it was a 40-minute trip. I gave myself an hour. That was my fault. I should have doubled the time. I should have given myself 80 minutes. I would have still been late, but I should have given myself 80 minutes for what Google said was a 40-minute adventure.
But that also means you have to give grace to other people.
Yes.
because there is so much outside of anybody's control. Is there a blockeo? Is there a protest? Like yesterday, I took the metro to meet Kyoka for breakfast, and at my station, the train sat there for 10 minutes. Went to the next station, sat there for 5 minutes. Then there were times it stopped between stations, and we like that.
And everybody confused because there's no announcement.
There's no announcement. Absolutely not. So you got to be able to give people grace when they show up later than the time y'all designated.
Is there being in a hurry? We have the worst traffic in the world.
You can't be in a hurry here. It's not going to do anything but make you sad. That's what it's going to do.
Often I tell myself I can either choose to be late or be early. If I don't choose to be early, I'm setting myself up for disappointment. But I have to make a decision. Like, am I going to leave in a time that allows me to be there 30 minutes earlier than I expected? Or am I going to get there late? There's literally very few other options.
Yeah.
So that thing, like when Adalia and I go out, we're going to go to a museum. It should take an hour. It's usually like a 4-hour thing. Because there's always a sidetrack. There's always a taco.
Always.
There's always a what's down this alley. What's that building?
We're over here to go to this thing, but hey, what is that? Let's
What's
go find out. Let's go find out.
What's going on? And sometimes there is and this has happened before, I'm gonna head home. Like I tried to get out the neighborhood, but based on what I'm seeing now, I'm gonna keep my peace. I'm gonna turn around and go home.
In September, I got us spots to watch the Independence Day parade where we would not be on the street with the masses, but getting there was not easy. And I was just like, Rashida is gonna go home.
So close to tears.
She is going to go home.
Close to tears.
I was so when you were like, okay, I'm gonna try one more time. I was so happy because now we've done it and we don't have to ever do it again. We've seen it.
Close to tears because I walked 20 minutes. I walked 30 minutes through the hood. And when I say the hood, I went to the Popotla metro station.
Mm-hmm.
I walked. Okay, so the thing about going to Popotla for me is that on the walk, I'm by myself. There's never anyone out there. Why is there never anyone walking in the place I walk?
Yeah, that would be concerning.
It's never, if I go to Cuitlahuac, I'm on a main street. There are people there. Going to Popotla,
nobody.
I'm not on a main road. There are no cars going by. There are no humans in sight. And I'm walking at least a mile. It's a 20-minute.
So that's at least a mile.
It's a 28. It's like a 30-minute walk. There's nobody. And there's signs about stop. The signs on my last time I walked there were like, stop robbing our mothers.
Oh, lovely.
And grandmother. Yes.
Lovely.
Stop robbing the old women. What the signs were saying. And I was like, it's the middle of the day. I feel fine, but I feel like this isn't really what I need, right? I get there. Then I take a 20-minute thing. And then as I venture into perimenopause and get closer to menopause, crowds freak me out. So she got me going to this crowded thing. But I'm on the other side of the blockade and I can't there's nowhere to cross to get to the other side of the blockade. And every time I get instructions, they're the wrong instructions and put me back off on the wrong side of the blockade.
She has gone home for far less. And so I was just like, she ain't gonna come. She gonna turn around and go home.
I was almost in tears because I would like, the streets are, the parade street is empty, but the cops are like, you still can't cross it. You can't cross it. And it's their job, right? Like it's their job to block off the street. They're not being mean to me. They're not being racist. This is not to say racism doesn't exist. We should probably touch on that for a second.
Yeah.
But they're just like, no, you like our job here is to make sure your silly ass don't walk into the street. So I've got to go. I finally figured out I've got to go underground and walk through like multiple stations and get off on a different train station and get to the other. It's literally across the street. But getting across the street took me like 45 minutes or more. And I was like, you know what I don't have to do this to? My bed.
Yes. So
I was so close to tears. Don't frustrate me while I'm outside.
Yeah. So there are times when you just say, this is too hard.
It's too
I'm
hard.
going home.
I'll see you on the other side.
But luckily she stuck it out. We had a great view.
It literally is like if you get off on the wrong side of the metro station or the wrong stop that still takes you to the right place, you will never get there.
Yes.
Never get there. I had to call her and she was like, okay, I got off at this station and I was able to get here. So if you can find your way to this station,
you could, yeah.
Now getting there to this station, I asked the police for directions and they sent me to the wrong place.
They were not helpful.
But they just don't realize.
Yeah. Yeah. So.
Okay. Oh, it's a good question. Bamcast. Is the city a safe place for trans folks, particularly trans femmes, women? I am not trans. I don't have any close friends that I know are trans or non-binary. Do you?
I don't. Well, not close friends. I know some people, or I know some people through some people.
So it's hard to speak to the experience, but I also have not seen trans people saying they're having. It's all relative, right?
Okay, because I was going to say,
relative.
If you're talking about as a trans person, can I take the metro and not have to worry about being harassed? Yes. There trans folks I have seen in the women's only car. Nobody was like, oh, no, no. I've seen people who I think were trans, because I don't know. I didn't ask. In the regular car. Walking down the street, are people going to harass you? I don't think so. Is there a problem with violence against trans sex workers? Yes.
There is a problem with violence against women.
Yes.
We're laughing because it's okay. So there's a problem with violence against women that you might never see. It is an invisible problem.
But it does exist.
The privileges that you experience as a foreigner in Mexico City, Black or white or Asian, Latino, Latino is a little harder because you might blend in a little more and you might be more of a victim. I just don't know. But there is a problem with violence. So there was a question in Exodus Summit the other day about police corruption in Mexico City. And I think for me, the biggest issue is I don't know that violence against me as a person would be taken seriously because I'm a woman, right?
Yes.
In America, I don't know that violence against me would be taken personally because I'm a Black woman.
Yes.
I don't know that there's a significant difference in how I would be treated in either situation. One is based on my gender and race, and one is just based on my gender. The end result, I expect, would be generally the same.
So, I see Halisi says that one of her mentees is trans and they love CDMX. I think it really boils down to the privilege that you might be afforded as a foreigner. Like if you're wondering, I'm a trans tourist. Mm-hmm. Am I going to run into people who don't want to serve me? That sort of thing. Unlikely. I don't think so.
No.
I don't think so.
Trans sex worker.
That is
trans and poor in the city. A trans woman of any variety.
Yes.
You're more likely to experience violence, but you're more likely to experience violence anywhere in the world in those categories.
Yes. That's what I think there.
Okay. You don't know how to press the buttons. Is that
no,
what you told me
earlier?
I
was getting rid of
That's
that.
What you told me. Yeah, but you didn't do it.
No.
Would either of you live anywhere else in Mexico? So where, full disclosure, I'm recruiting for SM. She has had a lease in San Miguel de Allende for a week and maybe a week. Maybe a week she's had a lease, and now she's recruiting. I love San Miguel. I've been going there since 2018 or 16, one of those. I don't know that I would want to, I don't think I've ever wanted to live there and visiting there. As far as somewhere else in Mexico, I don't know another place in Mexico I'd want to live.
I have said this on my channel before. If I'm going to live in a place, they have to have at least 3 metro or subway lines.
Mm-hmm.
There is no other place in Mexico that meets that criteria. Now, that's me moving by choice. Let's say that climate change keeps changing and the water situation is such that I cannot be here. There may be a place that I can be as I await the apocalypse in Mexico.
Here she goes. There she goes.
The end of the world. But by choice, like, this is the place I prefer to be. I don't believe that there is a place in Mexico that would be a better fit for me than this city. And that's me.
Right. Christine wants to know if there are a lot of sex workers in Mexico City.
In parts.
Yeah, I don't think there's more than in any other city.
I just happen to I used to live, and this is not related. This is not related to the Love Hotel across the street.
She used to live on the stroll.
But the main street that, like, if you are taking an Uber from some other part of the city to get to where I used to live, it was the stroll.
I would be like, and it was in front of Walmart.
Yes.
It was in front of Walmart. The ladies would be like tatas out.
Because anybody who came to the city would be like, yes, I saw all these sex workers. I knew exactly where they were.
There are like I realized where the sex workers were the other day in my neighborhood, right? And it's not even in my it's not actually technically in my neighborhood is very small. It's not in my neighborhood. But it's in my borough, right?
Yes.
I know where the sex workers now are in my borough because I've started walking at nights more. And at nights is when they're out on the street.
Yes.
But they are on a busy street.
Yes.
You see them, right? Like they are not like off in the cut hiding somewhere.
I believe sex work has been decriminalized here. So it is more visible than a lot of places that I have lived previously.
Them ladies, I walked by them ladies and I was like, if I had any cash, I'd give it to you. If I had any cash, I would give it to you right. I don't have any cash on me, but I was like, if I had $1 for you to go get a sandwich, you would have it right now. Because, baby, them heels is too high. Go take a break, please. For both of us, go take a break. But it's sex workers are here. I'm sure, as in most parts, the ones that you see are very underpaid and very unsafe, and that's why if I had money, like I said, I would give it to them because
so they could take the night off.
If I had some cash, I would beg you to go take a night off because this is not safe for you. Yeah. Right. Nothing about this city, this country, where women are victimized, Latino women are victimized, and there's little consequence to it. Right? Being a sex worker cannot be safe. Yeah. I just don't. Yeah. Right? Y'all need to be out there shutting down the streets. Where's the blockeo? Where is it? You know, as a foreigner, I'm not allowed to protest the government, but that might be the time. The sex workers might be the time where I'm like, yes, they onto something. I'm not with them, but I'm
for them.
Yes.
I'm not with them, but I am for them.
I'm not going to be where they are. I'm going to be across the street like, yes, baby. Make them safe, right?
Yes.
But some of that is like I think a lot of the resources in the country that go towards crimes against women are not prioritized. But where are crimes?
Where are crimes against women a priority?
I saw the other day that they were using DNA to find mothers who had abandoned their baby, like mothers of abandoned babies. And I'm like,
but they can't test rape kids.
Y'all not. y'all got money to do DNA tests on babies that were abandoned, and who knows how they got there, and you're criminalized, like you're actively going after the mothers when you don't have any information about what happened. Like, was this a miscarriage? Was this a stillborn? No idea.
Nope.
But y'all got rape kits and testimonies, and y'all not doing nothing about that?
Yep.
You have abandoned all this holy. Yes. Okay, what's our next question?
They're over there.
You telling me how to work this thing? Okay, Christine, this is interesting. I used to want to move to Mexico, but now not so much. It's getting more like United States with all the red tape, but I'm not here for that. I can stay here for that. I don't know where you're not going to get red tape.
I'm curious about the red tape that you've encountered coming here, because as someone who like is looking at visas in other places, here's the red tape implies somebody's going to enforce that. Somebody's going to follow that up. And that is not a strong suit in Mexico.
It's not what we be doing.
I know from the visa point of view, and I have been saying this for years, while it is not without its hiccups or its special situations, the visa process in Mexico is far more straightforward than most places in the world. Once you figure out this is the consulate I am applying at, and they tell you these are our requirements, give them that, and then it should be a yes or a no within a matter of minutes, as opposed to some places where it is months or years before you find out whether you got your visa. So I am curious, what red tape are you encountering? So yeah.
I don't know. And I don't know where you're not going to find red tape. You're going to find red tape
you're going to find red tape everywhere. Everybody's got some hoops for you to jump through. And it's about whose hoops are you willing to make the leap for?
When are you willing to tap dance?
Yes. Yeah. Okay. We got any more questions?
We got more questions. I just did you look at your clock? You got places to go?
No, I was just being aware.
Adalia said she didn't want to talk to y'all no more. Y'all heard that, right? Okay. All right.
You know, people gonna be like, I ain't watching no 3-hour video.
And they shall miss out.
I guess this video ain't for them then.
They shall miss out. Are y'all allowed to flush bathroom tissue? I have never not flushed in this. Well, no, in this city. Okay, so here's in my home, we flush. In all the homes you've lived in,
I have flushed.
And there's no problem. If I go to a place and there's a sign that says don't flush, I don't flush. If I go to a place and there's no sign and there's no plastic bag in the trash can, I flush.
Ivana goes by the size of the trash can.
Oh.
Like if that trash can is big enough, she don't flush.
Okay, that's a good rule.
I hesitate when I think about the age of the building.
Okay.
Let's say I'm in Condesa, which is very popular.
Yes.
It's older. I've run into more cafes, restaurants that be like, don't flush. And so if there isn't a sign, I then look at the trash can to see, is the trash can, does it have tissue in it? If it does, I will not flush. But every apartment I have lived in, I have flushed toilet paper without issue.
Happens. No. Most places will, if they don't want you to flush, will tell you because they don't want you messing up their plumbing.
Yes.
If it's a big deal, they know you're a big dummy. And they're gonna they may tell you in Espanol. So even if you can't read the sign, if there's a sign on the back of a door,
that's probably what it means.
Go ahead. If you can't read, right, basura, or like if the big circle with the line through it doesn't tell you anything, just put it in. Like they would, if you're not sure, put it in the trash.
Yes.
But as for me and my home, we flush. No big deal.
No big deal at all.
No. And places where you I have never. I'm a very Mexican lady. And I
We've
move through the
established
world in a very Mexican way. Soy chilango.
Chilanga.
Chilanga. You don't know. You don't know
I
what's going
don't
on
know.
underneath
I
here.
don't know. You
You
right.
don't know
I
what's
don't
going
know.
on underneath here.
You are correct.
Soy chilanga. It's actually so quick to correct me. Any hoodle. Where was I going with this?
You were going to say you were a very respectable Mexican
Very respectable
lady.
Mexican lady. Flushing toilets, something, something. Alcohol and perimenopause. And a little bit of ADHD. I don't know what I was saying. I've literally never been somewhere and been like, oh, I know what it was. I've never been somewhere and been like, this toilet is gross. No. I am a very picky person about bathrooms. If I think it's going to be gross, I don't go in there. Like in mercados, I'm very unlikely to go in there. Not because it's unclean, but just because
it's not the experience I want to have.
Yes. But because I move through the world in a very Mexican way, but I'm also picky about my bathrooms, I've never gone in a throw the toilet paper in the trash situation and had it be gross. I was in Senegal once. I was in the ferry to go to the island. Gori?
That sounds right.
I was in the ferry to go to the island with the door of no return. And you couldn't flush your toilet paper. You had to throw it away. But they didn't have individual trash cans in the stall. You had to carry your toilet paper out into next to the sink. Everybody had to carry their toilet paper out next to the sink and throw their toilet paper away in there. And I was like, this is not my life. She's breaking things over here, y'all.
I'm sorry.
This is not my... as a soy chilanga, no me gusta. No me gusta. No. That is not like clean trash cans, easy to open. You're not touching it. There's a foot pedal or like a flippy lid.
Open and yeah.
And it's emptied regularly. You're not like, oh my God, look at all this poop laying around. They're very good at like covering, like it's not going to be gross to you. Very unlikely, even if you go to a place where you can't flush it. But that carrying your toilet paper into
absolutely
out of a stall,
not.
I was like,
absolutely
why
not.
are we living like this?
No.
What is going on?
No.
It was not for me. All right. You know you could do this too.
I know, but it's your channel. It's your show. You drive.
Okay. Good morning, ladies. How are emergency situations handled by public safety, alerts, evacuations? So the other day they did a earthquake preparedness. We do a little earthquakey drill. Maybe twice a year.
Twice a year
we do a little earthquakey drill. And I was not in Mexico City. I think I was in was I in Mexico City? I wasn't at home.
You were,
but I wasn't at home. I was in Mexico City, but I was not at home. And the alarm on my phone went off to tell me earthquake drill, blah, 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 blah. But when there's an actual earthquake, my phone not doing nothing.
Because that's a different system.
My phone not doing nothing.
That's a different
when there's
system.
An actual earthquake, now you can get an app.
You can get an app, and that's what you should do.
I don't do it because I don't.
Because then you know about all the earthquakes.
I don't feel nothing. So why do I care if there's an earthquake? If I'm at home, I'm on solid land. I felt I think 2 earthquakes in this apartment in 6 years. I don't feel nothing.
I would say that there are some things the city does better at than others. Mm-hmm. So the recent floods with all that rain that came down in like a 2-hour window, we got like as much rain as we would get in a month. So obviously in a city built on a lake where all of the natural drainage has been paved over is going to flood. And it became very apparent that this city is not prepared for that. Now, I am from Houston, a place that is flat and covered in concrete and floods all the time. You know, turn around, don't drown. We all know about swift water rescue and all that kind of stuff. The pictures I saw of like 8 Mexico City police in this little inflatable boat with one oar. And you could tell, I don't think they knew how to swim. Like flood, flash water rescue, I do not think that is a strong suit of this city. Protección Civil does I think a pretty good job in response when there is earthquake damage. So it depends on the kind of emergency it is. Some things the city is better at than others. If you're talking about, okay, yeah, you are talking about specific things. Alerts, interestingly enough, if you want to know about what is going on immediately, is there an alert, that kind of thing, follow the city on Twitter. I'm not on Twitter, so I don't always get the updates, but you want to know, are the metro lines down in this part of the city? Are there delays? This kind of thing. They tweet that out. So,
and it's going to be on Threads or Instagram in a second.
Yes, which is where I am. And so I get it a little delayed. They are a little, like I said, they're better at some things than other things that they have historically had to deal with, like earthquakes. I think they are better at than some of these other situations. So yeah, I think that's the answer to that.
I think earthquakes are the thing that historically Mexicans are like, how you don't know how to get our people from out underneath this building.
Yes.
And so the city learned how to get the people from out underneath the building. Right? Floods, I think.
Rescuing trapped drivers in cars, that is not their strong suit.
But I think 5 years from now.
5 years from now, that may be different. But
because the way they were picking up that hail the other day, the way that people were stuck in that metro bus station the other day, they go, like, as the city is going to learn to adjust to the climate crises that it faces, because it is a city of 23 million people, and they will figure some stuff out.
Yes.
Right? But the stuff they have figured out so far is the stuff that they are used to.
Yes.
If our people die from it, we're going to figure it out. And now it's just, yes, they will get better as the...
I would also say, if emergency preparedness and response is high on your list, this is probably not the best place for you.
If we saw this the other day, I want to talk about you Black people, but I want to talk about you Black people a little bit. Specific ones, not all of you. If you will only feel comfortable if you are able to create a plan that involves fleeing the current city you live in, if there's a disaster, this is not the city for you. Adalia said it. We are in a valley surrounded by mountains. What is outside of those? What is outside of the city? What is outside of my borough is not my business. That trash. I didn't know they didn't have trash cans over there. I don't know where them pours be going. I don't know. Like leaving. Like, you're not going to flee the city on foot if a disaster happens. It is a city of 23 million people. It is vast. We are surrounded by mountains. I have seen people talk about their plan to leave the city on foot. I do not believe it's realistic.
So if that's that
something
kind of thing is really important to you,
if post-apocalypse is on your mind, if climactic disaster is on your mind,
I don't think this is the place for you.
Because we are likely to have a climactic disaster, and we are likely to be
perish in it.
Well,
most likely.
Well,
and that's fine.
Eat the ice cream, girl.
Yeah,
eat the ice cream, because it's whatever, right? In a situation like that, you need community, right? If your plan is to escape, I told you I can see the mountains.
You can't get there.
I would not be surprised if it took me 3 days to walk to the base of the mountain that I can see from here. Right? 3 days of walking in an apocalypse or any kind of natural disaster where I had to flee on foot to the base of a mountain, and then I got to go up.
Now, I was here in 2017 when the big earthquake hit, and transit was shut down, and I had to walk from the south to Santa Maria la Ribera. And if you're not familiar with the city, that doesn't sound that bad, but it is. And it was me and thousands of other people walking down the street, getting from one part of the city to the other. Individuals just got out their car and started directing traffic, like all that kind of thing. But any disaster plans I have hinge around being in the city. And I know some people are like, oh, a city would be a horrible place to be, and I've got to leave and I got to get out. I don't think that this is an easy place to make that happen in that way.
It's not. It's if your plan requires you to flee on foot. And I say this because I saw
somebody post this
talking about this.
Yes.
I don't think this is the city for you. Because baby, once you get over the mountain, where are you going? Where are the resources over there that you have a connection to and have access to? Because I shan't be fighting people for the last stock of celery over there. I won't. If I go anywhere, it's going to be to the market, the big one.
Abastos?
Yes. Let me find my way to Abastos.
That's where the food will be.
Hello.
That is where the food will be.
The biggest food market in the country? Listen.
Quite possibly this hemisphere.
Listen, quite possibly. I think it is the biggest one in Latin America, right?
The biggest one in Latin America.
That's where I'm going to go. If I got to fight a little bit to get some food, okay. But as for me in my house, we always got something to eat. Let's see. Yeah. All right. So what? Yes, if you haven't liked this video already, go ahead and give it a thumbs up if you're watching. We've been here for a while talking, and we are not close to ending. Ask your questions, please, before Adalia gets tired and takes a nap. Okay, we answered this one. And why does this camera keep doing this? It's got the video. It's being weird. Is there a limit? Because the first time it was after like 20 minutes, and now
maybe there is some kind of time limit on it. I don't know.
We're just gonna do this one for a little while and see what happens. Okay. Nope. There we are.
There we are.
Hi, friends. Okay. It seems like the both of you love Mexico City. I certainly think it's a wonderful city, but wouldn't live there based on what you said. So why do you both stay? Curious. Go for it.
It feels right. I don't know that I have a more sophisticated answer than that. But it feels right. It is the place that when I am other places, I'm trying to get back here. And I'm glad that you mentioned this, because this place is not a good fit for a lot of people. And I don't want people to mistake how much I enjoy living here and assume that it makes a great place, because a lot of the things that people hate about this city don't bother me, or they're the things that endear this city to me. So I enjoy the flow of life here, the way things move. And that's not to say that I'm like, oh, this thing that they're doing defies logic and it's great. No, I will comment. This don't really make sense, but oh well. I can just go along with the flow or whatever. So it's a fit. It's a good fit for me. It feels like the place I am supposed to be. That is why I am here. And I have yet to find a place that makes me want to be there in the way that I want to be here.
I'm a very vibey person. I have never felt the vibes. I feel it. You can feel the heartbeat of 23 million people in the city.
100%.
And that is going to scare some of you off. And for others, it's going to be amazing. Right? If you like it, I love it was a city, this is that city. This is that city. Right? Like whatever you want. You want a church? I live by a secret mega church. You want a drag show? I'm staying at a hotel. Randomly, they have a drag show every Saturday night. It's all Mexican. We're the only foreigners in there.
Only foreigners
Great time.
In there.
Right? if you like it, I love it as a city is Mexico City. Now you're gonna have to people your way through some people. You're gonna have to
deal with inconvenience.
There's gonna be 17 cars in the way you want to go. There's going to be 100 people where you want to be. The food is amazing. The people are really nice.
I feel like the takeaway is more about finding the place that makes you feel like this is the place for me.
Yes.
Not so much about like, why are we here?
This is the place.
Because what I enjoy, what I am willing to tolerate, that ain't everybody.
Mm-hmm.
And so like, we're not here to sell you on this place. We are more here to share with you what our experience has been like. Because a lot of folks, and this is not meant as a criticism, this is just what is, a lot of folks on the internet and they're sharing their experience with you, and they've lived in a place for 2 months. They lived there for half a year. And that's not to say that their experience isn't valid, but I feel like we've been here long enough and have seen this city through multiple seasons and can speak to what that has been like.
There's a magic, and either it's for you or it's not. Like I said, I spoke to Kyoko last night. The first thing she says was there's too many people. And I was like, absolutely. I understand why you feel that way. I don't feel that way. But I understand why anyone would say there's too many people, because there are a lot of people. And that doesn't include the business travelers, the tourists, the digital nomads,
yes,
all the people. Which actually we talk about how they impact the city, but they are just a drop in the bucket. They are, if I fill this up, they're not even a drop in this cup if this was full, right? Because the city already has so many people. It's the money they spend that changes things, and the way they spend money that changes things.
The way they spend
but
money.
Not the number of people. But it's either a city, like I was talking about the city the other day, and someone was like, I was trying to explain how city it was, and they were like, it's okay. I've lived in Chicago. I know what a big city is like. And it's hard to explain. I could not.
Chicago, I don't think is as people-y as it is here.
I don't know any city.
Because it has changed and I don't like crowds. I don't do crowds, which is why I be in my house. But it has changed the way I perceive other places. Like I went to Havana after living here, and I was like, why is it so empty? Where is everybody? Like we were on the main drag, and I was like, where is everybody?
Which is not empty.
But compared to being here, it was.
Yes. And so people, if you live in a city in the US and you think you know cities, you don't know nothing until you come here. And if you only come here and go to Condesa
and Roanoke,
you don't know the city. If you ain't been on the metro,
you don't know the city.
If you have not traversed Tacubaya,
you've not really had the true full Mexico City experience.
If you have not been on a metro stop where you are traveling maybe like 4 blocks inside of the metro stop and going up and down like 8 steps of elevators, and the elevator don't work, so you got to climb the elevator 8 up and down, you don't know the city.
That's something we didn't say when we were talking about accessibility. The metro stations, some of them are accessible, some of them are not, but you don't know until you show up, because that information isn't published anywhere, is it? Where is it?
There is a Mexico City guide to the thingies, which I've shared before somewhere. I can try to drop. I'm not going to remember. So if you need it, please leave me a comment. There is a guide, but here's the problem. Just because there's an elevator
don't mean it works. So
I think it's like somewhere between, I would guess between 15, I saw the number before, but it's somewhere between 15 and 25% of the stations have even one elevator that may or may not be working at any time. And so if 85 to 75% of the metro stations don't have an elevator, if you need an elevator, the other day I helped a woman up the stairs who was walking backwards up the stairs with a cane to get out of the metro, a Mexican woman. And I was like, let me help you, baby, because this seems real dangerous. Backwards upstairs to go up the elevator. Every day I helped a woman off the bus stop because getting down the bus stop, the space between the bus and the ground had to be like 18 inches and her legs were only 24 inches long to begin with. So I was like, I need to make sure this woman who is at least 80 don't die as I walk away from the bus. I need to be here to help her. It is a community-minded experience because when you need help, someone will help you.
But
so when you see someone who needs help,
step up and help somebody else.
Yes.
I make it a point when there are older folks crossing the street and they're moving a little slow, I slow down to walk behind them. That way, if a car is turning, like so it's not just this old lady trying to cross the street, stuff like that. Or I hang back to make sure, can you make it up that curve? That kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah.
Let's see. Chicago's not densely populated in most neighborhoods. Until you've come to Mexico City, you will never understand what we're talking about. And I don't know how to explain it.
I've been on Bourbon Street on New Year's Eve. I mean, like, it's not quite that bad all the time, but
on New Year's Eve here, on New Year's Eve here, it is that bad.
It is that bad, yeah.
Right? Like, I've been to Tokyo, I've been to New York City multiple times. This is, as Stephanie says, the citiest city you will ever experience. And it's a citiest city in another language that you may not know. The good thing is people are kind and people are generous.
Yes.
Right? No one's going to push you out of the way. Now, someone came close to that once. When I was looking to cross the street, someone was, the day of the parade, someone was really rude to me. And I think that's what I was like, I'll just go home. Where are we? Now, and they may not be from the city. They may not have even been Mexican.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Right? They were there for the Independence Day parade, which is a countrywide celebration. So I don't know where they're from. But I was like, what is this energy? Why are you treating me like a foreigner? Soy chalanga. No.
And if y'all are wondering what that word is, people who are from Mexico City are chilangos. That is a very specific identity.
Yes. Okay, going through the comments. JG wanted to know what the hotel with the drag show was. It's the W in Polanco. I think they do it every Saturday, but double check that on their website. Probably their Instagram.
There's also a drag show in Xochimilco on the boats.
Did I send you the walking tour yesterday?
I don't think so.
There's a walking tour by a local in Xochimilco that goes through.
Yes, you did send me that.
I would do that. All right. Very random.
You want to talk about that?
Okay. Glass half full. Our good friend says, please tell me, did you know my bad reputation versus working remotely and traveling? Should I not call myself that? People don't, no one cares.
People gonna call you what they gonna call you also.
What you call yourself isn't as important as how you move through the world. If you stay in Condesa or Roma Norte and you don't speak any Spanish, they're going to treat you like a foreigner and maybe like an intrusive foreigner. If you stay out of the bubble of foreigners, you try to learn some Spanish, you try to speak to people, even if you struggle in Spanish. If you struggle in Spanish and you give them the hello and the respect when you enter their establishment and you speak to them in Spanish, they're not always going to treat you like you're a local, but they're much more likely to be like, oh, I'm interested in this interaction, as opposed to, I don't even want to be at work in the first place.
And one thing, I don't have to do this much anymore, but I would start, like, if there was an exchange that needed to happen, an interaction that needed to happen, I would start with, I am sorry, and this would be in Spanish, so learn how to say this. I am sorry for my Spanish. It is not very good. I would preface what I was about to say with that and then follow up with my bad Spanish. And everybody was like, don't worry, it's no problem, what have you.
A channel name, girl, I totally forgot you were here. You sent me that one message and I was very rude to you on purpose because you was playing games on my phone. You know what I'm talking about. And then I was out of town. I completely forgot you were here. So if you're already gone, I'm sorry. I'll catch you next time. I know you'll be back. She said, go back to your home this last visit in perfect English. And I think this is an important point. The people I find that are rudest to me online, because people aren't generally rude in person, but the people I find that are rudest to me online are people who have spent time in America. They have studied in America. These are people who I'm like, I can tell by the way you have formed a sentence versus the way other people form sentences.
Yep.
That you have spent time outside of Mexico in an educational institution.
Yes. And that's a different animal.
And so GFY, my good friend.
I would also be curious as to where this happened.
Yes, I do want to know where that was. But because it's very unlikely. Like I have not gotten that in person, but like I said, I avoid the very tourist, unless I'm going with a friend to a tourist thing like Chapultepec Castle or some touristy thing where people are nice to you because they want your money. I generally go to local places where people are nice to you because they're nice all day long, right? Because they know if you're here, you're not just here to be a tourist. I'm not stopping at a chicken shack in Santa Maria la Ribera because I'm staying in a hotel in Roma Norte, right? No. Like they're not, like they know.
No, that's not happening.
So I would love to know where that was, but I do find that the people who are rudest to foreigners are people who have spent time in foreign countries. Take from that what you will.
Yeah.
I remember a woman on my Instagram was like, how dare you, blah, 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 blah. And I'm writing in Spanish because if you live in Mexico, you should know Spanish, blah, blah, blah. And then I went to her page and like the last few posts were like a food tour in Chicago. And I was like, so you can be in a different country
and
it's cool. But I can't be in a different country because okay.
All right. And I would say a lot of that kind of beef folks have, it ain't because you Black. No. It's because they've got whatever axe to grind with the U.S. or foreigners in general.
However, we do need to talk about anti-blackness and how if someone has a beef with foreigners, because Mexico has more white-sicans than Afro-Mexicans, if I speak perfect Spanish and a white person next to me speaks perfect Spanish, they're more likely to assume that I'm a foreigner than the white person is.
Yes.
Because white Mexican makes more sense to them in the brain based on the numbers in the city.
And because folks don't know their history like they should. So yeah, there is that.
Yes. So
she says she was in Juarez.
Yeah. Juarez is being gentrified at a rate that I have not seen recently. Oh, okay. So if you come to Mexico City, the foreigner bubble used to be Roma Norte, Condesa, Polanco. Those places have gotten really expensive. And Roma Sur. But not
quite 5 years
much.
Ago.
Yes. Yeah. I think Roma Sur falls into this next category I'm talking about, which is places that are close enough that people say it's Roma, it's Condesa, it's Polanco, even though it's Roma Norte, Condesa, Polanco, even though it's not, in order to get people to stay there in their Airbnb. They'll be like, it's Condesa, but it's really Escandon. Yeah. It's Roma Norte, but it's really Juarez or Roma Sur. And so those places are also getting gentrified, right? It's Polanco, but it's really Porlanco, these places are all, it's, what's the one north of me with the G?
Granada.
Granada. Granada and Polanco are two completely different things. And people be like, I'm staying in Polanco. No, baby, you're not. And if you walk 3 blocks in the wrong direction, you're going to get the surprise of your life. You shall be surprised. You'll be safe, but you will be surprised. And so there's a lot of neighborhoods are gentrifying at a rate that makes it hard for the people living here. Let's get to anti-blackness.
Yes.
Which is, we're 3.5 hours in, so it's a little late to get to anti-blackness, but we're here now. People often say that, oh, when people talk about foreigners, they're not talking about Black people.
Again, as I pointed out earlier, here and why would they be very good at differentiating us from the rest of them? Because they don't know our history. They don't know the reality of life in the United States for a Black person. Just like, people in the US don't know the intricacies of society in Mexico or in France or what have you. So we as Black people would like to believe they talking about them white folks. They ain't talking about us. But they are also talking about us.
They are talking about us. And at some point, they may be talking more about us, or more specifically about us, because anti-Blackness is everywhere. If a lot of Mexicans with resources and time to be online and not minding their own business are white, and they're white, can you hear us? They're white in a way that we're going to check that. Yes, let's check. Okay, we're
well, that's no, it's the MacBook.
Yeah, but we'll still hear us.
Okay,
because I don't know what's going on. Did it die? Battery died. We've been here too long. We haven't talked that long in a long time. Okay, so what white person that you know, and this isn't personal, hi white people who are watching this, I'm not catering to you, so I'm gonna say what I'm gonna say, but I don't need you to be in the comments talking about not you. Okay, so what white person do you know wants to compete with Black people for the same resources?
Absolutely not.
And when you are here trying to get an apartment, when you are here eating at a restaurant and there's no more room, or you have that last reservation at the bar and there's no space for this person to come in, who is the most likely target for their wrath?
The obvious foreigner.
You are always, there's no level of Spanish that I can get to where anyone else will believe I am.
Although
Mexican.
It is very possible that either one of us, if you were going by what we look like, could be Afro-Mexican. But the way things are set up, because there aren't that many of them, because of where they tend to live, the default is going to be foreigner.
If they see white people speaking fluently, unless they give other signs or signals that they are foreigners, they might be more likely to think they're Mexican. They also might be more likely, especially if they've lived abroad, they might be more comfortable competing for resources with white people than they are with Black people. And so anti-Blackness is not something that I experience in my day-to-day, but I can't also, because I'm not fluent, you can say whatever you want. I'm still working on my proper greetings, right? How many past tenses do you have, and how am I ever supposed to know them all? The past for today, the past for yesterday, the past for when I would.
The answer is too many past tenses.
I got what I got. I'm doing all I can with what I got, right? And so you could be talking about me in the streets. I don't know, but 9 times out of 10, as I walk as a Mexican lady through these Mexican streets, the faces are friendly and I'm getting smiles or like a bit of curiosity, but people aren't like mean mugging. They're not being mean to me. I'm not getting access to things. People aren't following me in stores.
The anti-blackness that we would experience is unlikely to be violent, physically violent.
Yes.
Than it would other places.
Yes.
So it's, if you don't hear us talk about it, it's not that we're saying that's not a thing, but it's not a part of our everyday life.
I think it's more of a thing with younger people. It's more of a thing with people who are facing some version of economic insecurity, and not that they're poor, but they're striving for something they probably can't access yet. And so if they see you have it, why does she have it and I can't have it?
And I don't think that's any different than in the United States.
No, right? But they're also not going to be like, I saw something the other day that said white people would vote against air if they knew black people could get it. That's not what it's like here, right? They're not going to cut off their nose to spite their face. They're not going to do that, right? And so there's a bit of recognizing that it's there, and you might have a negative experience with someone. It's more likely because you're a foreigner. Second to that is because you're black, right?
I think about the folks who have said that a Mexican person has said a derogatory thing to them. And again, I think is that person Mexican, or are they Mexican American? How much time did they spend in the US? Because let's be real, the hate and the vitriol in the United States is contagious. It is easy to be in that system, because I tell this to people all the time, when their experience with Mexican Americans predisposes them to have some judgments about Mexicans. Those are two different groups of people. And in the United States, race trumps everything. And you're trying to figure out, how do I assimilate? How do I fit in? Oh, we're all being mean to the black people. That's how I buddy up with you. I'm also mean to the black people. That is how I move up socially, economically. And so if somebody spent any time in the United States, I can see them bringing that back with them here. Yeah.
But in person, and even our friend, a channel name, who said she experienced something negative in perfect English, even experiencing something negative here doesn't mean that I'm not condemning the country. It's not a country that, like, now they're not treating the Afro-Mexicans right. They're barely acknowledging their existence. I think the majority of Mexicans would be like, we ain't got black people. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? Right? But also, it's when I see an Afro-Mexican, they don't see me. So I don't know in the city specifically, right? If I were to go where there were a lot of them, it might be different.
That is different. Right? When you are in Costa Chica, oh no, they want to come speak. It is very much like, I see you and you look like me. But here, the ones like, that are here in the city,
I see the nose. Oh no, we're not family. Okay, all right, yes. I tried.
So no, in Costa Chica, people came up to us on the street.
Oh really?
To talk to us, because they were like, y'all black too.
Here, no. So it's not that I can't go to bat for Afro-Mexicans because I don't have a relationship with any. It's that I don't know what their experience is in the city because they won't talk to me.
Yes.
So
yes,
I don't
would
know.
agree with that.
I don't know what to say about their experience here. Because maybe when I see you, you be crossing the street to get away from me. Okay. All right. So Afro-Mexicans are here. They are not treated well, but this is a country. Most Mexicans will tell you they don't have a race issue.
I had a language teacher tell me that there's one thing about Mexican Spanish. I'm assuming this is true about other Spanish, because we got to the part in the book where it's all about physical description. And if you've ever seen a missing poster in Mexico, they will describe how scraggly your eyebrows are, how beady your eyes are. Are you skinny? Are you fat? Are you tall? Are you short? Whatever. They really get into physical descriptions. And my teacher, when we got to the physical descriptions, I guess she was concerned that me and the other Black person in the room might take offense. And she was like, we don't have the racism problems y'all have in the US. She was like, our biggest issue here is classism. And I was like, that's interesting that you think that.
You will hear this all day long.
Yes.
Mostly from the lightest Mexicans you have ever seen in your life.
Yes.
And it will never stop being funny to me. Not funny in a haha way, but funny in a ain't that curious way. Because they don't have a race issue, they have a class issue. But race and class are intertwined. Like if you look at the poorer people, if you took photos, the missing posters, the missing and not found posters, then people are brown. Just like they would be in the US. Right? If you put a poster of all the people who are missing.
Don't be no white folks missing.
And the police are not doing nothing for them to find them. Right? It's not racism, it's class. They're the poor people. Except they're the browner people, right? There is a direct correlation because of Spain, because of colonialism and the relationship between Spain and the indigenous people here. There is a direct relationship between wealth and color in this country. So when they say they don't have a race issue, we have a class issue. Know that the browner you are, the more likely, if you are identified as a local, the browner you are, the more likely you are to be treated worse, because the assumption is you're poor. And the fact that your skin is brown has nothing to do with it. But where did the assumption? But
why did they assume you were poor? It was because you was brown.
Right. So all day long, I have a video here on my channel about racism in Mexico, and people are in the comments like, no, it's not race, it's class. How do you identify class? What are the markers for class when you first meet somebody? Here, skin color plays a lot into it.
It does. It does.
So apparently that's what they're saying in Salvador, Brazil as well. We don't have a race problem, we have a class problem.
And okay. And I think as a Black American, that can be frustrating or off-putting, but because again, our experience as Black people is so unique. Okay. We look at the world differently, but also you got to remember this country has not had a reckoning on race. It's not been something that has been put in it. It's not come up in like, oh, we're deciding the history curriculum. Are we going to talk about what happened to the slaves that the Spanish brought here? Like, it's far more of an active conversation in the United States than it is here. So we can't come with our expectations and sensibilities into this space and be, well, why y'all ain't doing this, that, and the other thing? They will get where they're going to get in their own time.
And I don't know that the Afro-Mexicans want us to.
Yes. because that's their thing. I think we can play a supporting role in their movement, but that is their movement.
Let's see. White Cubans say the same thing. Around the world.
Around the world.
Are there a lot of homeless people in Mexico City?
I would say I see more now
yes,
than I did pre-pandemic.
But I think a lot is not the word I would use. Not compared to the US. And listen, coming from the Bay Area.
Okay. I would not ever use the word a lot, but I would also say, one, I used to actually live around the corner from a food kitchen.
Oh, really?
From a soup kitchen run by nuns. And I'd see the people out there with their little Tupperware. It was not until the pandemic that I saw people sleep on the street.
I will say that I saw maybe one or two. I saw a person sleeping on the street maybe once a month or less pre-pandemic. And then maybe 2023, 2024, I lived near a place where I realized people are living. And then now it's less than before. So it's cyclical, but I don't know that Mexico has great social services, but because it's a familial-based society, there's a lot more safety nets.
And I think there are people who are without homes, but in the way that I think it looks different here. One, because familial, there's more community there, not because Mexico has great social services and people aren't falling through the cracks, but also I suspect because of the tenancy laws and squatting being more of a thing here.
You're not kicking someone out of your apartment.
I think there are people who do not have their own home, but they are living in a place.
Oh, I have seen in Roma Norte a building across the street from me. When I was staying in an Airbnb, I was very curious about it because I knew something wasn't right. It has been condemned since the 80s. There are people living inside of it.
Yes, I think people who we would say are unhoused in the U.S. very and very visible because they are on the street. I think there's a lot of those people we would classify that way here are living inside somewhere.
Yes.
It is not a place that they own or a place that they pay rent to.
And if they pay rent, it's not to the person who owns the building.
No. So, but I did not see people sleeping on the street until the pandemic.
No. I saw some of it over here. Dara thinks there's more of it on the outskirts of the city. That wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah.
I would bet, I don't know this for a fact, but I would bet there is a bit of shame about having a homeless family member.
Yes, I would imagine so.
Because living here people tend to live in family units, not individually. So I think the question would be like, why is your son on the street instead of in your home? Because the expectation is that they would be in your home.
Because I would imagine if you're on the street, it is because there's a substance problem.
Mental health problem,
not simply I could not pay rent.
Right.
I think you would end up moving in with somebody.
Yes. That's not for everybody. It's no guarantees, but because multi-generational family living is the norm here, someone moving out and not having a place they can move back to is rarer.
I would agree.
Right.
With that.
Like, you might be homeless with your kids in the US, but in Mexico, it'd be like, just come. This family been in this house for 80 years.
Yeah.
Just come back. Like, which is part of the reason it's hard to get housing in the US, in Mexico, because or hard to get a backyard, I'll say. The houses, the people who are in houses have been in those houses for generations. You're not gonna get in there. Right.
And rent. If you're renting a house,
child,
it is double, triple, quadruple what an apartment would cost you, just because it is separate.
Lena says, I think some of the homeless there might be migrants. I don't think the homeless that are near me are, but I have seen migrants outside a bit, but I don't know that they don't have a place to live.
I would say if you see people in an encampment, they are more likely to be migrants than people from here. Like,
or they're protesters.
Yes,
because
it could be they're protesters. That's very possible.
A tent city does not mean homelessness.
No,
here.
No.
A tent city might just mean we're blocking off the street. Good luck. Bless it.
Because I think that people who are from here, who are unhoused, in the way that we see, all these people live under this overpass in the US. People don't really do that here in the same way. So if it's an encampment, it could be a protest. And then my second guess would be that they might be migrants.
Right. Just to be clear, when I say tent city, I mean 4 months.
Yeah.
Weeks or months. Not like a day. When I say they protest, we don't mean a day.
It's because it also depends on how far did they come. I've seen multiple groups
bused in from another place.
From Oaxaca, they closed down that street in front of Bellas Artes for nearly a year.
Yes.
They were living in the street and they had their signs up outside their tents, but they were protesting. And the city did not go through there and disrupted or push those people out.
Down the
you just couldn't go down that street.
In the city, the biggest street in the city. What you gonna do? Or the most.
If you're going
convenient, if you're going into that, if you're in that neighborhood, that is the street you take. I don't know why, but I saw 16 buses outside of our tax office one day, and people were
like
on
a tax protest to me.
People were on the sidewalk with their grills. They were sitting and cooking. They had the food. They got the buses. They got the tents, and they blocked off blocks on a major road in Polanco, and I was like, I don't quite know what's going on, but good luck, right? Like that's just how. So there are homeless. There's also, you have to, like when I first saw the people outside of Bellas Artes, I thought they were homeless. And Adalia was like, no, girl, they are making a point.
Yes.
And they made a point
it was nearly a year that street was blocked off. That means all of the hop on, hop off buses that were supposed to come down that street had to find an alternate route. And I think for somebody coming from the US, that might be a little mind-boggling because that would not have been allowed. That would not have been tolerated.
Right. Like we said earlier, like the protests here, people are allowed to protest here. The people who say go home foreigner are probably the same people online. Like, I can't believe these people made me late for the opera. But most of the city is like, okay. Right. I would rather be late because people are protesting than being late because it hailed or there was a flood and I can't get through the city now. Right. Like but there's a good chance I'm going to be late either way. There's a good chance that I'm going to be late. And so if other people aren't an inconvenience for you, if other people's lives are not an inconvenience for you, this is a good city. But there are people who are like, who don't want to be inconvenienced for other people. And a lot of them are Mexican.
Yeah.
A lot of them are foreigners. But it's something you have to adjust to. So Mexico City generally doesn't have extreme hot or cold, Lauren. It's getting worse this day now because of it's getting worse because of climate change. But when we both moved here, there was no extreme hot or cold, which is why we loved it.
But also, we don't have air conditioners. So in May, when it is 90 degrees, which is probably a good 10 degrees warmer than it should be, when it's 90 degrees, we don't have air conditioning. If you have fans or you open a window.
I live in an apartment that has one in every bed, in every room. In every room, I have windows that face perfectly 180 degrees west. My windows are just west. And so in the afternoon, starting at like 2 to about 5, the sun is in my eyeball in every single room. And for the majority of the summer, well, the spring, it's not so bad now because rainy season's here. It's a little gray outside. We're not getting the light we normally get. But the majority of the spring, I have to close my blinds every day or I will melt into a puddle like a witch who got wet. Like it's all bad. It's all I have to close those. I love large windows, lots of light. My plants are thriving, but we be sweating in here. It's if I had north facing windows, it'd be a different experience.
Yes, it would. 100%.
And I could have north facing windows in this building. I did not know it was going to be hell on earth for a couple hours every day until I moved in. And now I know I deal with it, right? I got fans in every room. Extreme hot or cold is not what we're used to, but we're getting closer to it now with climate change. No air conditioner because historically we just haven't needed it. Because like I said, it never got that hot or cold.
In August, I mean, like this time of year, high temperature would be in the 70s. And as you move into August and September, high temperatures would be in the 60s. The only month it would be above 80 degrees, there would be 1 month, May. That is not the case anymore.
We started in like February this year.
But that is what it used to be. So air conditioning wasn't necessary. We're talking about last 3-4 years, really 3 years, that this has become a thing. Mm-hmm. So that's why we don't have air conditioning. We also don't have heat. The first year I was here, it got to freezing and they had to close school. One of the things you learn very quickly here is it will be much colder in your apartment than it is outside because of how buildings are constructed. So even though it was like 58 degrees outside, school had to be closed because of how cold it was in the buildings.
Okay, so Stephanie and I talked about this the other day, and I just don't know, because no one has it, I just don't know if it's a possibility. Ceiling fans.
Yes, you can have them, but people don't think to install them. The only places I've seen them are people who have lived outside of Mexico.
So most of our wall, I have drywall. When I told Adalia I was nailing things into my wall, she was like,
What
are you talking about? Your walls are concrete. And I was like, I think I have some drywall. And she was like, don't be dumb. Every single wall is concrete.
My new place, we have drywall. And so I have been able to just nail things into the wall, but that is not the norm.
It is not the norm. Now, some of my walls are drywall. Some of my walls are straight concrete with like a little bit of something over it. Most places in the city are made of concrete.
Yes.
And so ceiling fans, I'm still curious about.
Well, because you're going to have a masonry bit more likely than not, because your ceiling is concrete. While I was in Italy, the Airbnb I stayed in had a fan. It was like a light fixture, but it had a fan in it.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
I'd never seen anything like that before, and it ran on remote. So I think it could be done. It is not common.
No. So it's like I went to Home Depot and I asked for nails. And now, mind you, I tried to talk about uñas because that's the word.
No, right? Those are these kind of nails.
Those are these nails. And I was like, nails. And they were like, nah. And I was like, okay, well, like to hammer something into it. Like I got to wall and hammer and hang and all that. And they were still like, drill. Here's a screw. And I was like, not like, we got to screw. So we know what I'm talking about because we got to screws, but we could not get past screws because they're thinking concrete.
Yeah.
They're like, what would you do with a nail? A nail for a wall? What do you, like a hanging kit? No, girl, that's correct. I was in Home Depot and I didn't stay long at Uñas. I figured out that was not it very quickly. But they were like, that's crazy. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
And so things like the difference in construction materials are going to make a difference in your life and experience. Though this building is built for where I am, the climate, earthquakes, etc., and I have to learn to live in it. I can nail some things into some of my walls and I can't into others. And you figure it out.
Yeah.
You just figure it out. I don't have windows I could put an AC unit in, and you don't see people here with AC.
Not window units.
No.
Um,
because it is not a city that is used to AC. And so, number one, where would you get an AC unit? I think you'd have a special order from Home Depot. I don't think they would have it in stock.
I don't think they'd have it in stock.
And two, your window might not be good for that. My window.
Does your window open? Because my window opens this much.
My window opens. I can push open. I have a door that opens, and my window. But in each room, I have one window that opens, and it opens this much.
Yeah.
Right. I'm sure some people have slidey open windows, but I have never gone into someone's place.
Everybody don't have those kind
air
of
conditioning.
windows.
So there's
It's 1:00.
You got places to go?
I don't have nowhere to go. I'm just making sure since there's no clock here.
I know what Adalia said she's tired of y'all. Did you hear her? I think we answered Dr. O's question already. We answered this question. Sierra, welcome to the membership. More details coming soon. Do the Mexican people like having Claudia as president? I don't think they like having presidents.
I mean, she won by a very large margin. So somebody,
mind you, she was campaigning for like 6 years. Someone was like, I see S. Claudia everywhere I go. Someone who does not live in Mexico City, because she used to be our mayor here, was like, everywhere I go, I see it painted on walls. And I'm like, yes, for years, you knew Claudia was campaigning to be the next mayor.
The next president.
Years.
So,
I don't know.
I mean, there are people who like her and there are people who don't.
I have no strong opinions about it. I didn't love her as the mayor of Mexico City. I'll say that. I don't know that I don't have any thoughts about her as a president.
I don't know that I can have an opinion because I feel like whatever opinion I have, I've only got like half the story.
Yes.
So I feel a way about publicly saying, yeah, she's great, or no, she's horrible, because I don't think I know enough.
And that's why I feel more comfortable saying it about Mexico City, right? Like when we were having a housing crisis, she was still like, Airbnb, come through and let's collaborate and create these short-term housings, which now are being blamed on foreigners, right? Are there people who loved her as mayor? I'm sure. But over and over again, I saw things that I was like, I don't see how this is in the best interest of all of your people. Now, I don't know what all of Mexico needs. I don't know what all of Mexico City needs, but I was a little bit closer to that than the country. I have no opinion of her as a president. Love you, Claudia. Let's go to lunch. Okay. How would you compare Mexico City to Panama City?
I wouldn't. There is no comparison.
I wouldn't. There's nothing about Panama City in Mexico. Spanish.
And they are cities.
The city is in the name. No, city is in the name. City is in the name.
And Spanish is spoken in both of them.
Spanish is spoken. I wouldn't, in no other way would I compare those two. Mm-hmm. It's an apple and a computer, right? The names have something in common, but
that's about it.
A fruit and a computer, baby. That's what that is. Mm-mm. All right. Will I be traveling back to the United States anytime in 2025? I have plans, a ticket and a hotel to go to Houston to see Beyonce. If
when is that?
Hate Beyonce, keep it to yourself, because that don't make sense to me.
When is that?
End of June. But
this month?
Yes.
Like this June? The June that we're in right now?
Yes. Could there be a worse time for someone who's not an American citizen to go to the U.S.? Who is an American citizen, but not born in the U.S., I would say. Not that I know of. So I've been avoiding going to the U.S. because I'm a naturalized citizen and I don't want no beef when I get to the border. And I don't have any reason to believe that if I went today, there would be, but I don't know about tomorrow because we are dealing with a dictator who makes up laws and policies as he feels, and therefore there is no stability, right? Like when we say there's no stability in Mexico, people who are citizens today know they're going to be citizens tomorrow, right? Because people might not love Claudia, or they do, I don't know, but she's not like changing
She's
something
not changing big things
every day. Someone in immigration may be like, what if we press this button? What's going to happen, right? But Claudia's not going to be like,
those people can't come here anymore.
because that don't make sense. That's why countries don't do that. Because they know for you to move here and bring your skills and talents, you need some security and stability, right? And so, yes, I did plan on going in June. And then I had a conversation this week where I was like, up to last week, I was like, I'm still going. But y'all, they shooting politicians in their home. They're militarizing all the city. That don't sound like right to me. So, yes, I had plans on going in June. I will be in, unless naturalization is unless everybody from naturalization, us, me personally, have my naturalization's been revoked in October, I will be in Florida in October. The plan was also to go to see Beyonce this month.
I'm just saying, you talking about June like it's not June.
But don't that sound crazy? Going to America right now sound crazy, don't it?
Yeah, it does.
Going to America, go like voluntarily going. And I just like, as much as I want to see Beyonce I love this album, as much as I want to see her perform this album in Houston, I'm like, I don't know that it's worth like, I don't know, drama, any kind of American drama, right? Any kind of capricious rule change while I'm in the air.
Yeah.
I don't know. So I don't have the answer to that. All right. We both look festive and healthy. Yes.
Thank you.
All right. My lipstick is Lady Balls by Melted Too Faced, I think is what it's called. And yours is
Rebel by Lip Bar.
Okay. I usually do Boss Lady by the Lip Bar, but I couldn't find it this morning. So Lady Balls is my backup. Okay, so this is it. I don't know what else there's to say about Mexico City. Museums, scenery, art galleries. So what there's to say about Mexico City is yesterday there was a chocolate and cafe, I'm assuming coffee, chocolate and coffee festival in Zocalo. I didn't make it there. It's also happening today, but there's also a craft fair somewhere. And I was going to take Adalia after we went live, but I think I hear rain outside.
Yeah, no, it's very gray. The little peak of the mountain we could see is gone. We can probably see 3 blocks now.
We may just lay on my couch. But she's been looking at her clock a few times, so she may be leaving. Maybe she had plans. I don't know. So yes, museum. So many. We go to museum frequently. We go to museums frequently. This week we went to 2 and could have gone to more. I could go to 2 museums every week and not hit all the museums in a year.
I just saw a thing. We have 185 museums here. And I think London might be at 200. So we got a lot to do.
Ross is all her windows for sliding doors. Okay. With no screens.
No screens.
No, we don't have a lot of bugs. We have some. I'll get bitten by a mosquito every once in a while. I've never had an insect inside my place that was like, ew, where'd you come from?
No, it's a mosquito or a fly. That's the most exotic thing you're going to deal with.
Now, we've never talked about this.
Uh-huh.
This is an admission I have to make. on live TV. There is a bug that lives in drains. And it's like either a cadaver, but it's some kind of like it eats decaying flesh.
Uh-huh.
Think about the plumbing in a building like this.
Yeah, I'm like, okay, so every drain needs a cover now.
Think about the drains in my bathroom.
Yeah.
Okay, what we're talking about is that every drain in my apartment connects to every drain in my apartment building. So when earlier this year we had an infestation of bugs that live in drains and eat whatever kind of decaying meat is going in there. I did what I could before I realized what was happening. I did what I could to cover my drains and do the things and clean the drains. And then I realized it's not my drain.
No, it's because it goes with everybody else's.
We're all connected. They had to fumigate the entire building.
Oh, wow.
To get rid of that. And they went away. Like I don't know when they fumigated. It was annoying. There were little tiny flies everywhere. And then it went away. They fumigated the building. And they fumigated again since then. It's the first time. Now, I've lived in this building since December 2020. It was the first time we had a situation like that. They fumigated within, I would say, 2 weeks, maybe 3, they fumigated it. And the bugs, they were every time I saw them, they were on the ceiling, right? My ceilings are high enough that all I can do is look at you, right? They weren't like flying around or like they weren't like gnats. That was the only kind of bug I've had in here. And there was nothing I could do. So I just had to live with it.
Yeah.
So, nothing to do with museums, but very unlikely to have bugs. Yeah, I'm trying to go to Houston, but I don't want to go. Does Houston have to be in America on that weekend? Does it have
in
to
a
be
lot
in
of
America?
ways, Houston is not in the U.S. It is,
but
not
girl,
in
it's in Texas. It's in Texas.
It's in Texas, but it's not. In a lot of ways, it is not. Now, I've not really been there in some months, and don't plan to go. I saw a question about Spanish class. Yes, my Spanish is improving, but I am not enjoying Spanish class. So once I survive this session, I will have to find another way to continue to develop my Spanish ability, because this has not been fun.
I'm going to say something controversial. I made it through Spanish 4, barely, by the hair on my chin. 3?
3.
I made it through Spanish 3. She's like, you're not getting credit for 4.
Yeah, no, because I'm suffering through 4
She's like,
right
you're
now.
not getting credit for 4. I made it through Spanish 3 by the hair on my chinny chin chin. Barely made it, but I made it. I persevered. Doing Duolingo is so much better now
that you've had that.
Now that I've had that. Because I'm before Duolingo was either like, I saw an apple, right? Or
penguin, because there's always a
jugaba con la, right? Like some past tense some tense I don't know. Now I'm in a place where I know all the tenses we're using and we're practicing them.
You don't know all of them yet.
No.
Okay.
I know all the. I know right now as I'm using Duolingo.
Duolingo is showing you.
I'm using all the tense. Duolingo, all the tenses I'm using. See, actually, do you see that?
I'm just saying.
Can we pause for a minute on that?
I'm suffering through the subjunctive right now.
On that. Anyway. I know for me, where I am in Duolingo, I know all of the tenses they're using and I can practice. And I feel like the problem in class was I did not get enough practice.
Yes. because
And so I'm
the 6
getting the
weeks
practice I
time
need.
frame is not allowing enough practice to reinforce this new way I learned to say this thing.
No.
But it continues. I do not have delusions of trying to be fluent, whatever that means. My Spanish is functional, and I would like to improve its function.
Every time I use a past tense correctly with someone and they don't stop and immediately clap or high five me, I'm like, what the F is the point?
Yes. You don't realize.
You don't know what I just didn't hear.
Yes.
All the clickety clacking I had to do to get that right.
Yes.
And I'm like, yes, high five yourself. And y'all not giving me no credit for this.
Mm-mm.
And I don't understand what kind of world I live in where you wouldn't say, good job, baby girl.
Yeah.
Good. You know how to say fue?
Yeah.
Okay. Good job.
Estaba.
Give me your thingy.
Oh.
We might use
All
this
of that
again
good
since we're on
stuff.
for 17 hours.
All of that good stuff. So
I'm like, what? You don't see what you didn't hear that I conjugated in the right tense? Oh, because that's normal for you.
That's normal for you, but you don't know the work it took me to do that.
I talk like a second grader, not a first grader, and you're not giving me no credit for that. And I
100%.
What was the point of? So someone asked why you didn't. Danielle asked why you didn't like the class. It's at UNAM. It's online.
Okay, here's the thing. I took my first class at the university in 2017. So what is that? 8 years ago?
Uh-huh.
I was a different person then than I am now. That person could show up to 6 hours of class 5 days a week and it not be a big deal. Adalia in 2025 don't want nobody telling her to do nothing. And I don't want to have to go anywhere. I don't want to even have to be in an online meeting at a particular time. So because I am a different person and therefore a different kind of learner now, I have to rethink how I am going to approach this. And I didn't figure that out until I had this frustrating experience.
And someone is talking about italki and conversations with real people. Have y'all met us? Do y'all not hear the words we say?
I do not talk to people I do not know. That is a hard rule. So,
and in class, they want you to talk. No, every single time we started class, my teacher would be like, how was your day? Or what did you do this weekend? So first of all, none of your business. Second of all, I live in brain fog. I don't know what I did this weekend. What I did yesterday, none of your business, and I couldn't even tell you if I wanted to. I don't know.
Yeah.
I am now my teacher was 26. I am a lady of a certain age. I don't know. I don't remember.
I do not remember.
I do not remember. Stop asking me. I do not remember, and you would not understand if I hot flashed. I laid on the couch because my bones ache and I'm tired. How do I say this to a 26-year-old in Spanish?
Oh, my teacher in this class did make the mistake of asking us kind of like about our routine and sleep. And I was like, I don't sleep. I'm saying all of this in Spanish. I do not sleep. I get up sometimes at 2 a.m., 4 a.m., 6 a.m. I was like, I am perimenopausal. And he laughed, but he was like, all right.
I'm not going to ask you.
I'm not going to ask you nothing like that ever again.
Nothing else.
Yes.
I can't remember what it was. I think he asked me when I graduated from college, and I told him. He was like, what? Shut your little ass up.
Yes.
Mind you, everybody in my class is younger than I'm the oldest person in class. Everybody's younger than me, which means you have a younger and probably healthier brain.
Yeah.
Right? Give me a moment. I got a concussion in the middle of, not in class, but like in the middle of the class semester. I'm not even supposed to be looking at this computer. Leave me alone. Stop. What did you do this weekend?
I got concussed.
I fell down, hit my head, and then threw up. What else? What you want to talk about?
So,
leave me alone.
That's how Spanish is going. I will have to find some other way forward. that allows me to practice despite the fact I don't talk to people I don't know.
I don't know. Right now, I don't know. I don't think Duolingo is going to be a long-term solution. I do think for me, it is the solution to practice over the next few months. I would say I probably have 3 months of Duolingo of being in the sweet spot where what I know I can practice, and the things I'm learning now are not new tenses. New tenses are terrible to learn on Duolingo, but new words are not.
Yes, I would agree with that. I would agree with that, because I'm getting to that point where it's about more complex conversations, and I'm just like, oh, hold on now. So yeah, that's that.
All right, I think we might be trying to wrap this up. The longest YouTube in the history of YouTubers. Okay. Oh, what's a secret megachurch? I live down the block from a building that is closed all week long, except for Sunday. It's painted completely black. And the first time I realized something was going on, there was a line 3 blocks long to get inside. And I was like, what y'all doing? And they walked over. Some man walked. They have black T-shirts with the name on it. I don't remember the name. And they handed me a card, a little black card with like some white writing on it, nothing else. And they were like, come through sometime.
If you think about it, very few churches here have like big signage.
They are in a warehouse.
Yeah.
But like the churches look like churches.
The little secret church around from where I used to live.
Right. But
didn't have any signs.
But why is it a secret church? I think it's the beginning point.
I don't know.
Why is it a secret church?
Had I not looked on Google
That's
Maps,
how I found out.
I never would have known.
That's how I found out.
That's what it was.
I saw the name on the map and I was like, I have questions. Hundreds of people outside waiting to get in. I don't know.
I think we answered all of
You think
those.
we answered all the questions?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see what's over here.
It's raining, so does that mean we're not going to the craft thingy?
Because I don't think we're committed enough.
No. Plus, I don't know
anywhere.
how to get there once we get to that part of the park.
Okay.
Do you know how to get there?
No, I don't think
and
so.
I'm not wandering through the park in the rain.
Yeah.
Socofo is hot flash in Spanish.
Oh, that's a good one to know.
So I'm in a place where reverse. When I was young, I used to get hot flashes.
Random, but I learned UFO in Spanish. OV.
Okay. I used to get hot flashes during my period, and they're back. And so I'm now hot flashing, not just randomly during the day, but like my period. Every symptom you could get during like the first day of your period, every single one you've ever gotten in your life, I get it in the course of like maybe 6 hours, including the hot flashes, but like I get one concentrated hour of might not make it. And so I think my period, like symptoms are getting worse, which I think means I'm getting close to perimenopause. But because like I said, I was hot flashing at 18, fun times. When I don't know I used to work at a Macy's. I went to the employee bathroom. I worked for Clinique, so I wore that white jacket. I went to the employee bathroom. I took all my clothes off, and I was in there I didn't know it was a hot flash. I just knew I could not be. I was so hot. I threw it behind the counter first. I threw it behind the counter into the trash can because you can't be just leaving. Like you need a reason to go leave your station. Threw it behind the trash can behind the counter, and then went to the bathroom and took all my clothes off. Then I came back to the counter and boss looked at me and was like, someone take her home. Another employee, please take her. She's not driving. She's not nothing. Another employee take her home. So because I had that happened again in my 30s, really bad, pass out from the pain, dizziness, hot flashes, throwing up. That stuff is back. And I'm just like,
it's a mess. It's a shit show.
Why? If I never had a child, I have never been pregnant in my 46 years. And doctors be like, oh, look at her uterus. It's so small. Shut up. Shut up. You've never been pregnant yet? No, I haven't. So why must what did I do
to deserve this?
Whose God did I anger that I have to experience this when I never used her for nothing? What did we do? What did we do? I saw Adalia on Wednesday. I had a great day. There was a point where I was like, it's time to go home.
Yeah.
My stomach wasn't feeling right. Got on the subway. I was fine. I made it to, now, this is very Mexico City. I walked down the streets on a day that was not hot, dripping in sweat, very slowly, because I was like, it's a 20-minute walk. I made it maybe 10 minutes before I got on a bus, I saw an empty bus, and I was like, I'm getting on that bus. Got on the bus, took the bus home, got off the bus, threw up, immediately cold, immediately went from hot, flash, sweating, dripping sweat to cold once I threw up, and then made it home. And along the way, people were looking at me like, huh. Now, if I'd asked for help, I would have got help.
Yes.
But as I'm looking like a crack addict, a methylene walking down the street, people were just like, now it wasn't a busy street either, so I passed very few people. But it was very much like, something's not right, but that's not my business, which also was the vibe. My face was not like, come help me. My face was like,
just let
me die in peace.
Let me make it.
Let me die in peace over here. I saw a restaurant with some women, and I was almost like, can I come sleep on your floor? Which I have done in someone's workplace before. Underneath my boss's desk, but I had one of those when I was in college. Let me just sleep right here. It was very much a situation where I knew I could have gotten help. I also knew that no matter, I would be okay in a way that I would not have felt safe in the US. Like, I have passed out from the pain before. So there's a chance I could pass out anyway along the way. I will be okay. I will not be harmed if I am in the street. And that is a good place for me to be when I'm dealing with the crazies, my personal hormonal crazies. So, what else?
I don't know. I feel like we've said all of the things. I think y'all can tell that each of us has had a positive experience here. Mm-hmm. We have tried to share with y'all being as honest as can be, so that nobody gets it twisted about what life can be like here. And we Black, and happy Juneteenth.
Happy Juneteenth. Happy being Black. Being Black in Mexico City is not more challenge. It's easier in some places and harder than others, I would guess. You're more likely to be treated like a foreigner than a Black person, whatever that means. Or you're more likely to be, if you're treated differently, you're more likely to be treated differently because you are a foreigner than like a Black person. But I hear that's the experience in Ghana as well, right? Like, you're more likely to be treated different because you're a foreigner. In many countries, you're more likely to be treated different because you're a foreigner. So it's just whatever. We love it here. Adalia has said she's done talking, so we're going to wrap it up. Thank you. It is raining.
This is probably where I'm supposed to say something like, come over to my YouTube channel. Picky Girl Travels the World. Blah, blah, blah.
No, do it again seriously without the blah, blah, blah.
Come over to my channel, Picky Girl Travels the World, where I share my experiences living here, the other countries I've lived in, and, my life living abroad. We talk about money, we talk about travel, we talk about other stuff as well.
All right. That's it from us. Happy Juneteenth. Some of y'all hung around for 4.5 hours. Watch this 2 times. Watch this at 2 times. This has
probably been your longest live?
I'm sure it is, because what were we talking about? Chaos.
Well, y'all are some troopers. Thanks for hanging out with us. Thanks for watching,
and we will see you guys next time. Thank you. Bye. What are we doing now?
I don't know.
Okay. Bye, everybody.
I don't know.